The House will come to order. Without objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
A message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File Number 42, an act relating to public safety, amending definitions of labor trafficking. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodern, Secretary of the Senate. Feist moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 42 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist, to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These amendments just update and tighten some of the definitions in this bill. And while it may seem like we are concurring with the Senate, actually these were the brainchild of Representative Dave Pinto. So we're really just concurring with how brilliant the House is. And I would urge members to support this amendment or concurrence. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the Senate amendments? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur with the Senate amendments say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
House File Number 42, third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a really great bill. It passed on a bipartisan basis off the House floor previously. It just does a better job of updating our labor trafficking laws to make sure that they are providing maximum protection and also enhancing certain penalties. I would urge members to support this bill. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion to concur with the Senate amendments to House File 42. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file, herewith transmitted. Senate File Number 10. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodern, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate bills.
First reading, Senate File Number 10, an act relating to labor and industry. Listlegard moved that Senate File Number 10 and House File Number 10, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison. Hearing no objections, ordered.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Wednesday, April 19th, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File Numbers 2335 and 917.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2105. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 2105, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state lands, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to explain House File 2105.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And House File 2105 is the 2023 Lands Bill. You may remember earlier this session we did approve the 2022 Lands Bill from last year. This is the follow-up Lands Bill. It provides an estimated $571,000 in additional revenue into the land acquisition account. It proposes changes to some state park and state forest boundaries. It has an amendment relating to state-administered DNR land and utility easements, and then it provides for certain tax-forfeited land sales. It also includes 2 corrections to the 2022 Lands Bill. As we discussed with the 2022 Lands bills used to be routine. Hopefully we can make this routine. I think it has broad bipartisan support, and I would ask for your yes vote.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 2105.
Third reading. Discussion to House File 2105. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hansen. Good bill. I'm going to be voting for it. There's some pretty important provisions in a number of our districts there. Thank you.
Further discussion to House File 2105. I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, and I'd ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on House File 2105. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2324. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 2324, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to natural resources, appropriating money for Drill Corps Library.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to explain House File 2324.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Drill Corps Library is a tremendous state asset for Minnesota. It stores and for all of our state cores of rock from around the state. And those have great value. They have great value when you're exploring. It has great value for building. It has great value for science and research. But the Drill Corps Library is in a building and has a structure that is failing. And so what House File 2324 does is it provides money from this fiscal year, essentially a deficiency payment of $1 million to make sure that we are fixing the Drill Corps Library that no one can enter right now, to make sure that we improve the safety. And by improving that safety, it will continue the use for that library for Minnesotans and for people all around the world. I ask for your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 2324.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I've, on a bonding tour, dropped by the Corps library up there, and it needs help, and I urge support for the bill.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk a little about this. The Corps Library is in the heart of my district in Hibbing, Minnesota, and it is a fantastic facility in our state. And it tells a history, not only just a history of the last couple hundred years of us being a state, but the history of our state and world with the core samples that are stored there. Data from everything from the earlier days of iron ore mining to the future of core samples around our state are held there. And it was said, very well said, that people come from around the world to study these core samples to further investigate and decide how mineral formations are made. I won't get into it too much, but everyone in this chamber knows just exactly how much mineral resources the state of Minnesota has to keep this facility up to speed and safe for people to utilize, so we can know exactly where our critical minerals are and know exactly how to get to them so we can be utilizing them is incredibly important. This facility is also a wonderful place for people to come and visit and really get the history of Minnesota and what Minnesota was not only just 500 years ago, but maybe 5 million years ago. And all that is contained right in Hibbing, Minnesota. Very proud to represent this part of the state in this facility, and hope we can have a green vote today to support that and all the hard work and science that's gone in to investigating and finding out just what we have here in Minnesota and what we're going to find in the future. Thank you.
Further discussion, House File 2324. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cores where they came from, a lot of them came from our district, the district where I represent. We have an opportunity to fix a problem. I've heard about this in environment. I heard it in bonding. I think it's important that we support this. Hopefully we won't have any accidents. It's very important to keep these cores solid. Like Representative Igo said, it is a history of where we were. It's, I would say, billions of years, because some of them are 5,000 feet down. So it's very important that we keep these together. This bill, I'm glad it's a standalone and it's going through. It's very important for the people in northern Minnesota. And I also urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion, House File 2324. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hansen. I just wanted to stand and say thank you for finding the way to put this bill as a standalone bill so that this could move on an expeditious passage through this body and hopefully signed into law by the governor very soon, so that the public can access this incredible state resource very soon. Thank you so much.
Is there any other discussion to House File 2324? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, in addition to voting for the bill today, there's still the opportunity to co-author the bill if you'd like. So I'd ask for your support and your co-sponsorship, and hopefully we can do the right thing here and pass the bill.
The clerk will take the roll on House File 2324. Thank you. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2310. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 2310, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, appropriating money for environment, natural resources, climate, and energy, the second engrossment.
Recognize the author of the bill, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to explain House File 2310.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm kind of looking for the same strong bipartisan support on this bill. We're kind of in the pattern here. We get in a little habit of working together. Before I start, I want to make sure that we thank our committee staff. Janelle Taylor and Bob Eliff from House Research, Fiscal Analyst Brad Hagemeyer, Committee Administrator Peter Strohmeyer, Committee Legislative Assistant Sam O'Neill, partisan researchers Dave Sullivan, Spencer Krause, and Amy Zipko. And I also want to thank Ms. Becca Nash and her staff from the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources. Members, this is a comprehensive bill that Chair Acom and I will be working together on the bill and presenting it today. The first part is the environment portion. It provides the budgets for the Department of Natural Resources, the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, the Board of Water and Soil Resources, the Minnesota Zoo, the Conservation Corps, the Science Museum, and Metropolitan Council Water and Parks. The budget target was $670 million increase above the base. The bill also makes a number of various appropriations from dedicated accounts. It has several articles. And why is this bill so large? Why does it have so many things in it? Well, essentially, this is a problem-solving bill. I want Minnesotans to know this is a problem-solving bill. Problems that have been around for a long time. Solutions that we have attempted to pass for many years to a number of these problems. Emerald ash borer, chronic wasting disease, aquatic invasive species, polyfluoroalkyl, PFAS. Each of those things, they're kind of the marquee items that I have stood before this House before and asked for your support from. But here we actually have the opportunity to do it. We have the opportunity today to problem solve, but also prevent future problems. In the environment, prevention is better than cleanup. Well, essentially throughout life, prevention. Solving problems ahead of time helps reduce the consequences later on. So in here, we provide those agency budgets. We provided the operating increases for the employees that have worked so hard for Minnesota throughout COVID, working in those agencies, working to protect the environment and working for Minnesotans. We provide the largest one-time investment in the environment in history. The largest investment in history in problem solving. All of those issues that are here now, I know that there may be people who disagree with some things, and there may be people who would agree with things. But in a comprehensive bill that has several components, I'm asking you to consider the whole. And the whole is a good bill. It's a good bill that is good for Minnesotans. I can go through the details of the bills if you'd like. Emerald ash borer and trees, over $93 million for planting new trees and responding to emerald ash borer. Back in the 1970s, and I know there are some of us who were here then, we've spent about an equivalent $125 million on Dutch elm disease. But what we replanted with were ash trees. So here we have an equivalent expenditure, roughly equivalent expenditure trying to deal with those trees. Representative Finke did a great job in preparing this comprehensive component. AIS, for over 10 years, we've been investing in research at the University of Minnesota. Representative Jordan's going to talk a little bit later about all of the things that we're doing with AIS. Past problems. Almost 20 years ago, the Metropolitan Landfill Trust, the money that was set aside to deal with metropolitan landfills, was raided to balance the budget and never repaid. Today, we pay that back. Pollinators. We debated on the floor, Representative Tabke, earlier on lawns to legumes. We include that in here. One of the most popular environmental programs developed in the country, where everyone can have a part in restoring our pollinators. Wildlife. Representative Vang, years of trying to protect turtles. We need to pay attention to the little things, the little turtles. That's in this bill. I could go on, and I'm sure during the debate we will, but I know there are a number of amendments, and we will also have a discussion as we go on with energy.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think I will follow Chair Hansen's model and thank staff and the committees first. I do have tremendous gratitude for all members of the committee on both sides of the aisle, and especially Vice Chair Representative Kraft. A big thank you to nonpartisan staff, Bob Eloff and Ashley Eng, our GOP staff, Mark Nisley, DFL Research, Eric Anderson, our committee legislative assistant, Chelsea Ray, and of course, Mike Molzon, our committee administrator. And so as we are here to talk about House File 2310 today, science tells us that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and rapidly transition to a clean energy economy. In order to meet this moment in time, the climate and energy provisions in House File 2310 address foundational changes and priorities to ensure we achieve our goals while maintaining affordability and reliability. We know to address this crisis, we need to be forward-thinking, become less reactive and more proactive, similar vein to what Chair Hansen said as well. This body recently passed important legislation that appropriated resources for disaster relief in our state. Not only can those funds be used to assist in issues such as the recent train derailment, but also to address extreme weather events like floods, tornadoes, drought, and fires. In 2022, the United States spent $165 billion in damages caused by extreme weather and climate disaster events. We know the severity, the frequency, and the cost will only increase as the climate crisis grows. In a bipartisan way, we came together to agree about the importance of responding to disasters, but it's time we also come together in a bipartisan way to prevent natural disasters caused by greenhouse gas emissions and human activity. Provisions within this bill represent important steps that we must take to protect our environment, our community, and our future. We know that to prevent the worst impacts of climate change, we must rapidly transition away from our dependency on fossil fuels. Accomplishing this requires bold action and a multi-sector approach. Recently, we passed the 100% clean energy bill that was signed into law, and it can serve as a roadmap to also decarbonize our buildings and our transportation sector, as well as agriculture and industry. Unfortunately, we know that low income and communities of color are often left to bear a disproportionate impact from climate change. So our solutions need to include all communities across our state to ensure everyone benefits equitably. The climate and energy budget bill takes a comprehensive approach that includes provisions on electric vehicles and electric school buses. It upgrades electric panels in homes and improves energy codes and building guidelines so that our buildings use less energy. The bill invests in weatherization to make homes more energy efficient and incentivizes the implementation of air source heat pumps to both heat and cool buildings, reducing our need for natural gas and propane. The bill develops a Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority to leverage private and public funds to invest in climate solutions. The bill recognizes the importance of solar in our clean energy future and expands solar on schools as a model to develop a broader solar on public buildings program. It represents a win-win approach where we can both transition to renewable energy and reduce costs at the same time. I'm proud of this bill, and I look forward to the discussion as we move this important legislation forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen R. moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A50.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to explain the A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A50 amendment is an amendment to get the bill in a shape where it can pass this floor. It makes some changes to the bill. In this large bill, it makes some changes in terms of eliminating the provisions relating to the MPCA Citizens Board. It removes the provision relating to financial responsibility for feedlots, but provides dollars for compiling the annual abandoned manure storage area lists under the statute. It does make changes to the cumulative impacts provision that Representative Lee has provided, but it retains those provisions for cumulative impacts in the metropolitan area and in regional centers. This is essential to make sure that we are trying to achieve protection for those communities that have been historically discriminated against, for those areas where it's not just one pollutant or two pollutants or three pollutants, but multiple pollutants acting together have impacts on the community. For 6 years, Representative Lee has worked to get a handle on cumulative impacts, working with his community. Would I like the bill to be retained where it's statewide? Yes, I would. But I believe keeping the metropolitan area and the regional centers is important. I think there are important things to go into conference where we need to deal with tribal governments relating to cumulative impacts. Similarly, the author's amendment changes the odor components, the odor requirements, and it limits those to the 7-county metro area. It also limits the air toxics inventory to the 7-county metro area. And I would ask for your support for the A50 amendment.
Further discussion to the A50 amendment. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, Representative Hansen, for this amendment. It's really helpful to see that there is some progress on some issues that were a sticking point during committee and that the majority is listening. And it needs to be recognized today. The MPCA Citizens Board created a lot of problems in years past for businesses, mining operations, other organizations working towards getting a permit only to at the very end, after going through an entire exhaustive process, to have the MPCA Citizens Board there and say, no. Political appointees with that kind of power, really a problem. It narrows the regulation that was also concerning, and Representative Hansen, you mentioned this, to the 7-county metro, and then also the feedlot assurance program, which quite honestly only assured that our friends in agriculture would have very little assurance that they could be caught in a really terrible situation trying to figure out how to continue their businesses, continue to provide food for the people of Minnesota and the world. So I just want to say again, thank you, Representative Hansen, for the amendment, and I support it.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hansen, for bringing this forward. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Doubt yield for a question?
Representative Doubt will yield to a question. Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Doubt, part of this amendment would eliminate or remove the reinstatement of the Citizens Board. And with your history, Representative Doubt, could you just let us know why it was first eliminated in the beginning and why this is so important that this is not part of the bill?
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dameth, for the question. Back in 2015, and for those of you that weren't here at the time, we removed the MPCA Citizens Board. It was very controversial. They started to, it started to become a group of activists that were not following a set procedure and process. And I think the one thing that we need to make sure that people have, when you're applying for a permit, that there is a defined process on how to achieve that permit, and that once you've jumped through all the hoops, that if you've done that successfully, you're going to be granted that permit. And it's black and white, it's very clear, it's very defined, and unfortunately the Citizens Board had gotten to a point where they were starting to, even when the regulators, the folks who were making the decisions on whether somebody had done the right sort of environmental review, or whether they had met all the requirements for the water permits or anything else, the Citizens Board was starting to make decisions that, nope, even though you've met all the requirements that we have set out in law, we have made a decision that we don't want this project to move forward for no other reason than just we don't want it to. And that's not the way state government should work. We should have folks in our departments who are unbiased and follow a set requirements for granting these permits, and if people meet those requirements, they get the permits. If they don't meet the requirements, they don't get the permits. So back in 2015, this actually came down to, at that time we had a Republican House and a Democrat Senate and a Democrat governor. It was in the omnibus bill. The governor vetoed 3 of the omnibus bills. We went to a special session, and in the special session, there was not enough votes. We basically, that was the reason the governor vetoed that bill. But the reality is, the legislature realized, and still realizes today, that we need to make sure, because if we have an appointed MPCA Citizens Board, it takes power away from the legislature. And this is where it belongs, because we work for the people. And we're the ones who are going to say, these are the set requirements and the set structure that if you want to get a permit for a project in the state of Minnesota, if you meet these requirements, that permit will be granted. And if you let some group of political appointees make that decision, despite what we have put into statute, and we started to see that back in 2015. So to answer your question, Representative Demuth, it's an important provision. It was then the legislature, in a bipartisan fashion, I'm talking about a Democrat Senate and a Republican House, at that time realized that this was becoming a group of activists, and they were starting to recommend or turn down projects that met all of the requirements, and frankly, that's not something we should do in this state. So it was important then, it's also important now, and I'm glad to see that it's being pulled out of this bill. Thank you for the question.
Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Dowd, I appreciate that, the history and you pointing out the importance of what we're doing and making sure that was not reinstated. Before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Demuth has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A50 amendment. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to do a call of the House.
Representative Demuth has requested a call in the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
Representative Garofalo moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The clerk will close the roll. Further discussion to the A50 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd ask for your support for the A50 amendment. I appreciate that we keep putting a full green board up over there on these previous bills, but this is important. The A50 amendment is not what I would have liked to do, but is an important provision, and it keeps alive many pieces that were worked on throughout the committee process. In order to honor that involvement, I ask for your support for the A50 amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A50 amendment. Members, please vote. Members, we are under a call of the House. All members must vote. Members, we are under a call of the House. Please vote.
Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Long moves that those not voting be excused from voting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll. There being 109 ayes and 14 nays, the motion prevails and the A50 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Becker Finn moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A48.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker Finn, to explain the A48 amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment is in response to an incident that happened in Ely earlier this year. This would direct the Commissioner of Natural Resources to double the restitution value for wild game when a person takes, harasses, or destroys the wild game with malicious intent. We had an incident in Ely last month where somebody chose to run down wild deer with their truck on purpose. And right now, our laws don't really give us the tools that really are needed to hold folks accountable when they do things with that kind of intent. So those of us who care about our wildlife and our deer herd should be voting in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A48 amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the call of House now be lifted.
Representative Long moves that the call of the House now be lifted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the call of the House is lifted. Further discussion to the A48 amendment. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a sad thing that happened in our community. The individual ran over 3 does, and the COs, all they could do was write 1 ticket per animal. And we were all, a lot of us were like, hey, this was wanton waste, they left it. There's all these things that add up that we thought the laws that were there would take care of it. And the county attorney and everyone's like, no, we can only do 1. So this was just a blatant disregard of law. And if this is what we have to do to fix it, I think we should try to fix it. To me, it's sad what happened, and I hope it never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A48 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of adopting the A48 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A48 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Stevenson moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson, to explain the A41 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A41 modifies the definition of muzzle loader to keep pace with technology that was developed right here in Minnesota. In fact, in Anoka, Minnesota, home to Federal Ammunition, one of our fine corporate citizens here in Minnesota. If this looks like a familiar amendment to you, if you've been returning to this legislature, you have voted for this many, many times, but this is hopefully the last time. Hopefully this is the year we get it done. I want to thank Representative Becker-Finn and Representative Nash, who have carried this bill and worked on this issue for many years, and I think that this is the right year to get this one done. So please vote yes on the A41.
Discussion to the A41 amendment. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Stevenson, I agree totally. This is a great provision. This is manufactured here in the state of Minnesota. It is a fantastic and intriguing technology for those of us that enjoy muzzleloading. It's a real game changer, and it is really a much safer piece of technology, and it's really an excellent idea. And yes, Chair Becker-Finn has done this in the past as well. All of us are just trying to do something good for a Minnesota company, and I think that this deserves a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A41 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Please vote yes.
All those in favor of adopting the A41 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A41 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fisher moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher, to explain the A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A30 amendment is an amendment that would prohibit the recreational wolf hunting and trapping in the state of Minnesota. Wolves, like us, are highly intelligent, social, and pack-oriented animals. The random killing of one individual in a pack can cause the death of other pack members and break up the pack. The last time wolves were trophy hunted and trapped in Minnesota, approximately 923 wolves were killed in just 3 seasons. Most of them were killed for fun, display, for their pelts, or for their bragging rights. Given what we know about pack dissolution, it is reasonable to assume that even more wolves died and actually caused more problems with interactions with livestock. Wolf hunting is not justified by science, ethics, or Minnesota values. Wolves self-regulate their own populations, and killing them will not reduce already rare conflicts with livestock or grow deer herds. Indeed, in almost 9 years since the last open season of Minnesota wolf population, the estimates have remained stable in the population, while verified wolf complaints with livestock have actually gone down. In short, conservation native wolves is crucial to protecting Minnesota ecosystem and culture. Non-lethal conflict deterrence for livestock farms can help prevent incidences. Deer or moose populations will not be negatively impacted by a prohibition on wolf trophy hunting and trapping, and most residents oppose wolf hunting and trapping than support it. And most would like to see the wolf populations grow in our state. This is a critical issue facing our iconic Minnesota icon, and I urge a green vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Fisher requests a roll call vote. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A41 amendment. Is there any further discussion to the A41 amendment? I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who's grown up with the Timberwolves, when I was yay high, I was trapping in the woods, and I lived with the Timberwolves, and they were really endangered. There were very few. So I have seen them go from, and then I logged up in northern Minnesota, and I watched the wolf grow and get bigger and stronger. And right now, the numbers that were supposed to be where they were, we have met that and went beyond that. We've had seasons to manage them. I don't know why people harvest them other than for management. I personally would love to see a trapping season. I think it's important that we manage everything in the woods. We manage everything but this. And not that I want to show you things, but I can bring you to where a wolf goes through a deer herd and there's no less than 15 dead deer in a logging site. And yes, everything gets cleaned up and it all works. But right now, I think the wolf needs to be managed like everything else, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A30 amendment. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess to start, I was wondering if the amendment author will yield to a question.
Representative Fisher will yield to a question. Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fisher, how many live wolves have you seen in your district?
Representative Fisher.
Thank you. I have not seen any live wolves, but I have seen live bears in my district.
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Fisher. The reason I asked that question is because I'm from a district where every evening I can hear wolves on my deck. And they're everywhere, and they're chasing down the deer population. In fact, you go about 15 miles north, and when you put a deer cam out, you will see more wolves than you will deer. Now, my issue is not to get into whether the hunting part of this. It's that the legislature does not get involved when handling how the state, the DNR, manages all of our different animals. Everything from a salamander to a fish to a deer is managed by the DNR. And it's a horrible precedent today for this chamber to step up and say that we are going to legislate what animals we do and do not protect. That is wrong, members. We have a Department of Natural Resources for a reason. Do not let the legislative body today in the Minnesota House decide what we're going to pick and choose. The people in this room are not biologists who can decide whether or not a wolf population should be managed or how it should be managed. We leave that up to the experts. I'll be voting no on this amendment, and I encourage the whole chamber to do so. The wolf population is something that we need to be looking in and know the science on besides making an amendment today and doing a roll call vote. Thank you.
I recognize Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to chime in with what Representative Igo just brought up. I know from my own personal experience, I've seen enough wolves that just from the perspective of a livestock farmer, I want you to understand that beyond deer, and I know Representative Fisher, you brought up the fact that wolf depredation has been down in the last few years, but I'll address the elk depredation issues in my district. This really affects my district directly because we've got elk depredation and wolf depredation in northwestern Minnesota. So I'm really disappointed to see this amendment. I don't think we heard this bill in committee, if I remember correctly. Surprised to see it on the floor today. But I encourage everyone to vote no on this amendment, and I would hope that the folks who want to see wolves will vote yes on the Nash amendment about to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wolves are something that, I think the first one I saw in the wild was on my farm. I was about 12, maybe 13 years old. I don't remember. I was going out to cultivate corn. It was probably June of the year, and I thought, wow, that's a really big coyote. And as I'm getting closer to it, I realized that this is not a coyote, and it was pretty amazing to see that. Well, and then in subsequent years, started to see more tracks, more sign, and that was been in the early 1990s, and there was some work with the state of Minnesota and Wisconsin working together. They were kind of reintroducing them. The population's going up. We started seeing depredation then, the loss of calves, injuries to cows. And then not only that, as we started to see the behavior difference of the animals, of how our cattle handled. And how, I was reading a study last week from out in Idaho. It was showing that cattle actually get PTSD from wolves being in the area. And, the issue with that, and, I've got, over the years, you keep hearing neighbors talk about wolves, maybe they walk to the mailbox. Well, it's not 100 feet like maybe many of you have to a mailbox. Some of it's, we're walking a mile to a mailbox. On nice days like last week, that's a nice walk, nice thing to do. But they feel the hair on the back of their neck going up because they feel something's not right, and there's a wolf stalking beside them. Now, there was no injury happen, nothing can do, so oftentimes they'll call a conservation officer and report it. They may come out and see that, yes, there was sign there was, you were being stalked by a wolf, but there was no harm, no foul. Don't worry about it. About a year ago right now, a neighbor of mine, she was a senior in high school at the time, was out riding her horse, checking her cows, her parents' herd, and took a little trail through the woods on the way back home, and the horse suddenly stopped, and it reared up, and it was scared by a wolf that it came up to the horse on the trail. She was bucked off of the horse. She hurt her arm. It wasn't broken, fortunately, but she was sore, and the horse took off running. And so she was left out in the woods, no horse. Fortunately, her dog was there and was able to kind of bark at it and kind of get the attention of the wolf away from her. But that wolf followed her all the way out to the house. And that was about a quarter mile. And, these are things that happen. Quite often, these incidents are a lone wolf that is doing this. It's not a pack. It's a lone wolf that is out there. And those are the things that we're often seeing. And, you can read different research papers, and they, show the hierarchy of the pack. But quite often, it's single wolves that we're having issues with that are the ones that are causing the problem. And I'm disappointed that this is coming to the floor today on a vote. Our DNR has been given a task. There's been a wolf management plan that was created about 20 years ago, and it has now been I don't know if it's currently finished or it was revisited and looked at, but our Department of Natural Resources have been tasked with management of that. And it's a wildlife, it's a natural resource. And we need to allow the biologists and the experts in the area to be determining what is the take of it, not whether a feel-good movement vote here on the House floor is what needs to take place. Now, if my wife was here and if she was in this spot, she would be asking you, I've got 5 kids. You saw a couple of them here with me 2 weeks ago. She would be asking you, does one of our kids has to be the first ones that are killed by a wolf attack to be allowed to manage the population? That's the question she would be asking you. And so that's the question I'm going to ask you today. Are we going to allow the DNR to manage, to do their job that was tasked them to? There's a citizens board that is all partnered with the biologists and everybody in the DNR to try to get this management plan. So let's do what the Minnesota had set out 20 years ago to do and allow this management plan to take place. Vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A30 amendment. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Would Representative Hansen yield to a question?
Representative Hansen will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen was legislation related to the banning of a wolf hunt heard in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, no.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Would Representative Fisher yield to a question?
Representative Fisher will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Fisher. Can you tell us if this provision was adopted and signed into law, what would change as it relates to the management of wolves in our state compared to what it is today?
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schultz. As of right now, what it would change is it would not allow recreational hunting to be part of a wolf management plan. All the rest of the wolf management plans that the DNR has would still be allowed to occur.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Fisher. I point that out, members, with a very specific purpose in mind. As you may know, because of a federal decision by a judge, there is no one who's able to hunt a wolf in this state right now. Meaning, we are spending time on this floor, in this chamber, discussing, debating an issue that is not impacting the lives of Minnesotans right now. Further, a wolf management plan is in place and in law that was adopted on a bipartisan basis 20 years ago. Further, there is a wolf management working group that is engaging with all of the stakeholders. And somehow, right now, this body is debating a measure to take that away and take away a bipartisan nature of engaging Minnesotans on an issue that impacts many. This is the wrong tactic for us to take. And I've engaged with members of the minority party over issues similar to this. And I hear a lot of times throughout this state on issues that we want to bring consensus to the legislature. We want to bring the voices of Minnesotans to the table and hear what they have brought to us and bring it forward. There is no consensus over the banning of a wolf hunt in Minnesota. None. Members, when you hear the words that have already been spoken here tonight about public safety, it's real. For me, I traveled 750 miles over northern Minnesota this weekend, just this weekend. And all throughout northern Minnesota, there is a huge safety concern because of farms and ranches and rural communities where families have their kids running around all the time. For me, when I was less than 5 years old, at my home in central Minnesota, there was a wolf underneath a tree between my house and my garage. If you don't think this is real, I encourage the members who campaign out in rural Minnesota to ask that question, that simple question. Do you see wolves in your community? Do you see wolves in the places that your kids play? Because that is literally what is happening today. Representative Nelson mentioned his own family, but it is so real. You can see wolf tracks through the very yards of families throughout northern Minnesota. And let me just mention, for the purposes of this debate, there's a lot in this bill that has to do with access to the outdoors, access to hunting and fishing, and in particular, our Minnesota deer hunters absolutely oppose this amendment. The Minnesota Deer Hunters Association absolutely opposes this amendment. Why? Because if you hunt in northern Minnesota, you know why. The herds of deer that used to be across this state, and especially in northern Minnesota, have gone where? They've moved further and further south because of the advancement of wolves in northern Minnesota without a management plan that is being worked on, or that is being implemented, I should say, in our communities across northern Minnesota. Right now, members, if you want to hunt, I encourage you to hunt in my district because the herd is currently in my district. The buck that hangs on my wall in my office is from my district. It's where the herd of deer are today. They have left Representative Dotseth's district. They have left Representative Lislegard's district. They have left Representative Davis's district. Why? Because of too many wolves. And legislation like this that wasn't heard in committee, that didn't take the input from the public, and that is going against the very working group that should build consensus on this issue, was not done. So to the people of Minnesota, to the people of northern Minnesota, if we believe that the Department of Natural Resources should be managing these populations, then an amendment like this is wrong. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm appalled that this is on this table. I have numerous wolves in my community, and we're actually in the southern third of Minnesota now. The original wolves were supposed to be in northern Minnesota. 3 years ago, I believe it was, DNR actually admitted there's an established pack in Anoka County and the Carlos Avery Wildlife Refuge. It covers both Isanti and Chisago County. 7 years ago, a friend of mine found a timber wolf den in the southern Chisago County, down in the city of Wyoming. They are now down into Washington County and even further south. The wolves were initially intended to be in northern Minnesota. And like I said, I'm in the southern, just about in the southern third of Minnesota. We're east central Minnesota, but Representative from Brainerd, Josh Heitzman, he's actually in the center of Minnesota. The only reason we do not have a management of our wolves right now is because a judge on the East Coast stopped our management plan. Stopped it completely in its tracks. Not a judge from Minnesota, not even a judge, I don't even know if he's ever been to Minnesota, telling us how to manage our wolves. Telling DNR how to manage the wolves. They're the specialists. And now we have this body telling DNR how to manage the wolves. We're not biologists. We don't have the expertise. I leave that to them. We should leave that to them. I know in my area, all of a sudden in the city of Cambridge, people were missing their dogs and cats. There was 3 to 4 disappearing every single night. And during that time period, I almost hit the timber timber wolf with my car at 1 o'clock in the morning, riding across the street right in the city of Cambridge in residential district. They're here because we have not managed them for a very long time. It is time to start managing them in a proper way, and hunting is part of that. Because when you have a rogue wolf, you can't check a rogue wolf in a trap. You actually have to get it with a rifle to make sure you get the right one that's causing the problem. Members, vote no on this amendment. It's dangerous for our citizens, it's dangerous for our pets, and it's dangerous for Minnesota.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Fisher, appreciate the amendment. Obviously, we all have the right to bring issues that we care about, and I assume that you have some folks that you work with that are very passionate about this issue. You know, obviously, wolves are a beautiful, I think they're a beautiful creature, a majestic creature. I know they have some significance to our Native American communities. But the reality is they are aggressive. They are predators. They are, hunters. And as that population grows, the more aggressive they get. We in the past, and I don't think anybody was trying to be too cute by half here, but we in the past, if you brought this amendment, we would offer an amendment to this amendment to introduce wolves into your district and see how you liked it, right? We didn't do that. In the past we have, right? And we have some laughs about it, and the amendment gets voted down, but we talk about where is it appropriate for wolves to be, and I guess that's why that amendment, while it's funny and we joke and we laugh about it, it is important because where is it appropriate to have wolves in the state? And I don't think anybody here, although I would imagine that maybe there's a few people here that would say we probably shouldn't have wolves at all. Let's get rid of all of them, right? But nobody's saying that. Everybody's saying, you know what, fine, they're here, absolutely. They're beautiful creatures. They play a role in our ecosystem. If a deer gets hit by a car and has a bad leg and is hobbling around, the wolf is going to close that cycle, right? And it's going to provide some food for the wolf. It's going to, take care of that deer so it's not suffering. But when there's too many wolves, you end up with this, pack hunting. And the further south the wolves get, the more we get, the more they expand their range, and the further south they come, okay? I think I'm the closest member to the capital that still gets the housing allowance here, which is the 50 miles, right? I have wolves in my district, okay? I, with my own eyes, saw a wolf crossing 169 in Novotny's district some years ago. And if you wonder, for those, that's the other thing about wolves. It's not like you can go to a park and pet them. It's not like you could go to a park and kind of observe them and hey, it's really neat. I'm glad we have wolves. I want to drive up into the North Woods and look at them. You can't look at them. And if you are looking at them, you're in danger. So is it just the idea of having wolves that we want to embrace? Great, let's do that, but let's do it safely. Because as those packs grow in population, they're going to expand their territory and they're going to get more aggressive, okay? So in my district, I do have cattle and there's people that have sheep, but in your district, Representative Fisher, and we're not talking about very far from my district to your district, probably less than 40 miles, from where Novotny's district is to yours, I don't know, that's east-west, but there aren't livestock, right? So as the wolves start moving into that area, they're going to start getting aggressive towards pets and, family pets and potentially people, right? There's some stories about kids having interactions with wolves and adults, in other parts of the country. I assume maybe here too, I don't even know. But the reality is, I don't want people to think that this isn't an issue. Because if they're in my district, which I can drive to in 1 hour, less than an hour to the southern part of my district, 45 minutes probably. That's how close wolves are to this capital. Not regularly, I think they kind of roam that area. I wouldn't say that there's probably an established pack in my district, but they are seen in my district on occasion. I think there are established packs in districts right next to mine, right? And the further south they get, the less livestock, the less, deer, and the more they're going to be aggressive with domesticated animals and interactions with humans. And that is not safe. So the tool that we use to manage that is hunting and trapping, and we use it very successfully with our deer population, bears, you name it, all of those populations. There's no reason that we should take that option off the table for wolves. And if you think wolves are great, let's all get in the car and drive up into the North Woods, and instead of sunscreen, I'll rub bacon grease on you, and I'll send you for a walk in the woods and at night, and I want you to see how much you think wolves are really fun to look at, because it's a serious issue, right? They're killing livestock all over the state. They're killing domesticated animals all across the state, and they're moving further and further south all the time. So the only reason I wanted to stand is to say, if you think you have to drive 200 miles to see a wolf, I'll bet you I could show you areas that have wolves that are 40 miles from the capital. So that's how far south they're getting, and that's the kind of dangerous area where you don't want to see them any further south, or they're going to be. You get further. I'm the northern edge of the 5-county metro area. My district straddles the northern border of Anoka County. So we're talking about, the wolf that I saw was in Sherburne County. And if you're wondering if you've ever seen a wolf, you haven't. Okay? If you think you might have seen a wolf, you've seen a coyote. Because when you see a wolf, you know it. And there's a difference. There's a huge size difference between them. So if you think you might have seen one, you've seen a coyote. I got coyotes all over too. There's probably coyotes in the metro area all over. But they're not nearly as big and not nearly as aggressive as a wolf is. So we're talking about two different things. Are they great to look at? Yep, I love to look at them. I don't want to look at the teeth end of a wolf staring me down. So pay attention to this. And members, just one more bit of advice. I know we went back and forth over that prison issue a few weeks ago. And I know it's fun to, you might love wolves. This isn't an issue that affects your district. It's an issue that affects all of our districts. So be judicious in this chamber about offering bills and amendments that don't affect your district but do affect other people's districts, because we take that pretty seriously. If this one affects my district very little, but it potentially will affect it more if the wolf population grows out of control, and it probably is out of control now. So anyways, thanks for letting me give you a little time to just talk about how far south these wolves actually are. They're definitely in the southern part of Minnesota. I live well south of the midpoint of Minnesota, probably an hour south of the midpoint. And I know a number of occasions wolves have been spotted in my district. And I've seen them personally, not in my district, but in Novotny, who's south of me, by the way. So anyways, thanks for the time. Every member of this legislature should vote against this bill. There's no reason to do this. Nobody's saying that we want to get rid of wolves. We just want them to be managed in a healthy way that keeps people safe and lets the wolves have a natural environment and a natural interaction with our ecosystem here in the state. Nobody's saying they want to get rid of wolves. But this is something that absolutely does not need to pass. This will take options off the table if wolves do get to be more and more of a problem. And if they do get to be more and more of a problem, you see one in your backyard in the metro area, you're going to wish you could hunt it, or that somebody could to remove it. So thanks, members. Please vote no on this.
I recognize the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would have seen the wolf that I saw within 2 miles of my house, you would not be voting for this. This wolf was not even close to the size of a German Shepherd. Representative Dowd's right. You'll know when you see a wolf. They're huge. They're 2 to 3 times the size of a husky or a German shepherd. And this one was about 11 o'clock in the morning. I stopped my truck about 500 feet away from it, and it lumbered across the road. I watched it the whole time. It was not fearful of anything around me. I turned around and drove 300 feet back to 2 3-year-olds that were playing in their yard. Our population in Lake Country explodes over the summertime with all our lakes. Wolves are on the growth. We need people that understand them and that can help management them, not us here. When you see this happen in your area, you'll know what I'm talking about. You definitely want not to be involved in this part of it. This is for experts to do, not lawmakers. We have trouble. I know I talked to relatives and they said that the deer population, they know their wolf kills. We see the tracks. Definitely is a problem. This is something that we shouldn't mess with. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been a lot of stories told. I have seen a wolf. I know what it looks like. Many other people on this side of the aisle have also seen wolves. We know what they look like. But I want to set the record straight. There's been a lot of things that I think have been somewhat misleading, and I want to just be clear about what this amendment does and what the statute currently says. So what this amendment does is saying there would be no open season, so no recreational killing of wolves. What is currently legal and will continue to remain legal, destroying wolves in defense of human life. We also have in statute to discourage wolves from contact or association with people and domestic animals, a person may at any time and without a permit harass a wolf that is within 500 yards of people, buildings, dogs, livestock, or other pets. Still legal, an owner of livestock, guard animals, or domestic animals at any time without a permit to shoot or destroy a wolf. All these things are current law. They're currently available tools that are used. And this amendment doesn't change any of that. So a lot of these scary stories we just heard, we already have the tools to deal with that. They're already being used. They're effective. I also just want to say, I'm glad to hear that folks across the aisle care about what deer hunters think. There's a lot of good things in this bill that address chronic wasting disease, which is actually impacts our deer herd across the state. We've been doing a lot about that. I'm also glad to hear that we care about what some citizen groups have to say about how we deal with natural resources in our state. Another piece I just wanted to point out is that public land belongs to all of us. Yes, it may be in an area that is in your district, but that public land and those public resources belong to every single person in this state. You don't get to block out other Minnesotans and taxpayers from having an opinion just because you've got Carlos Avery Wild WMA or other public land in your district. Finally, wolves were here first. We choose to live in the woods. For folks who don't know me, I grew up in rural northern Minnesota. It's part of choosing to live in northern Minnesota and rural Minnesota is to coexist with wildlife, and that is what we're doing. It's wilderness. It doesn't belong to you or me or anyone else. And the idea that we would want the ability to just openly kill wildlife for recreation shouldn't be something that any of us are excited about. So it's a good amendment. We have voted on it in the past. It has been discussed in committee in the past. It would encourage folks to vote in support of the Fisher Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Becker-Finn, this is where we have to be careful. Yes, what you read is in statute, but right now, the Federal Endangered Species Act is what's... I don't want anybody listening or watching at home to think that they can do any of those things because they're in statute, because you'll have feds knocking on your door in about 2 minutes. So let's not mislead Minnesotans about what they can or cannot do related to a wolf. So what you said was not accurate. Yes, it is in state law, but federal law overrides state law on those issues, and they cannot do those things that you just mentioned. What you're talking about is if wolves get delisted, which they should be, and hopefully they will be, then that stuff would take effect. But right now, I don't want anybody watching at home to be misled to think that they can do any of those things that she just mentioned. Make sure that you check federal law before you do anything as it relates to a wolf, because I don't want anybody getting the wrong idea here on the House floor about what they can or can't do because there's something in state statute. Federal law dictates what we can do and can't do with wolves right now. So I just wanted to set the record straight so that people weren't misled.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am wondering if Representative Skraba would yield for a question.
Representative Skraba will yield for a question. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I yield to the question, could I ask the author a question?
No, you cannot. Representative Davis has the floor.
All right, well, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Skraba, do wolves travel through Ely, Minnesota?
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Skraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funny you should, had I known we were going to be telling wolf stories, I was home this weekend and I was doing dishes and I look out the window and a timber wolf walks in front of my house. I live in town and the wolf walks through. The neighbors all start calling, "Don't let your dog out, the wolves are here." I don't know if it was that particular wolf, but it went to the other end of town and got 3 deer in my neighbor's yard at the very end of town. We have lived in Ely with wolves our whole life. Wolves are part of our fabric. You can, wilderness, whatever you want to call it. We've adapted. I could tell stories here literally all day about timber wolves and human interactions. Guys walking to work at 5 in the morning, look over at the other side of the street and a wolf is walking with them to work. This happens all the time. And the reason they're in town is because that's where the food is, because there's no more food in the woods. The snow got deep, the deer get moved into town, and that's where the wolves follow it. And to clarify, the Wolf Center is in Ely, Minnesota. I'm actually sponsoring a bill to get funding to fix the building so that the Wolf Center stays in Ely. I support wolves. I'm not against wolves. I think there needs to be a season. I've grown up with them. I've been around them my whole life. In the recent years, we've just got way too many wolves. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask is, well, I'll just say it. It didn't mean a question. L. David Meach, the world-renowned wolf expert, who's on the board. I don't know if he's on the board anymore at the Wolf Center. Anyway, he supports a season. He supports managing the timber wolf. And this is his legacy, the wolves. And there's just too many. In northern Minnesota, the gray wolf is called a timber wolf. And when that timber wolf moves its way down to the prairies and gets out of the timber and starts hanging around down here, it's doing it not because, it's a natural progression for it. It's doing it because there's too many of them up north, and they just keep getting pushed out. They're a highly intelligent animal. I have all the respect in the woods for them. I have nothing against them. I don't wish them ill will. I don't want them all off the face of the earth. I believe they have a vital role in the ecosystem in northern Minnesota, To me, a timber wolf is like a beaver pond. It's full of life. Everywhere it goes, it kills something. The marten eats it, the fisher eats it, the eagle eats it, the raven. There's a circle of life all goes around there. But there's too many. We don't have as many moose as we used to have. The deer population is down. And anecdotally, I can say it's down because of the wolves. I don't know that for a fact. But I can tell you there's more wolves. Whoever told the story about more wolves on the camera than deer, that happened. But I see wolves all the time in my community. We see wolves driving down Highway 1. This year, not to say anything, there were 4, I counted no more or no less than 4 dead wolves on I-35. And you drive by and they're not coyotes. I know the difference between, we call them a brush wolf. I know the difference. So there are, there's an abundance of them. It would be nice to have them managed so that we could have a season and we could pay for the way it's done. Whether they're shot or trapped, that would be the debate I would like to have. But I would like to see them managed, and I just think, to reiterate it, yes, there are wolves in our community, and they do go downtown. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A30 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everyone, for a robust discussion on this amendment. I'd like to reemphasize a couple of things. First of all, as Representative Becker-Finn had mentioned, this bill was heard 2 years ago in the Environment Committee. And if you're really concerned about the safe management of wolves, some of the testimony that we heard actually supports that we don't have recreational wolf hunting. And that's because what happens is it breaks up the packs. The biggest reason we have issues with wolves attacking livestock or other critters out there is when a wolf pack is broken up. Recreational wolf hunting has been found to cause that problem more often because you break up the wolf pack, causing more lone wolves. Most of the wolf problems are caused by lone wolves. Recreational hunting of wolves will cause that problem. The DNR still has tools in their arsenal that will allow them to deal with problem wolves, even with this amendment out here. It just means they can't use recreational hunting to do that. One other thing that I'll mention is that I've had a number of people in my district who've talked to me who come up to your districts. They backpack and hike throughout northern Minnesota, whether it's up along the North Shore or out in the Boundary Waters area. And the thing they mentioned to me is, yes, they hear wolves up there, but the thing they're more frightened of is a mad moose coming at them. They understand, and I see some heads going up and down there. They understand the problem. They aren't intimidated by the wolves up there, and they feel that's one of the things that they look forward to hearing. We know that there's going to always be problems with our different wildlife out there. We see it down here in the Twin Cities. As you've heard, we've had issues with coyotes, where coyotes go out and take out pets and that type of thing, and the DNR and the locals come out. In my district, in Leon Liddy's district, we've had black bears within a block or two of an elementary school while they're in session. They come out and they take care of it. Those tools are the same tools that the DNR is still going to be able to use when taking care of problem wolves. We're just going to say no more to recreational hunting, and I would ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A30 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 57 nays, the motion prevails and the A30 amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinzman moves to amend House Bill number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A49.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman, to explain the A49 amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment is pretty straightforward, members. It puts a 2-year moratorium on the MPCA from doing any more new California cars emissions work. For those who are not or were not here, we've had this debate a number of times over the years after the Walz administration used rulemaking to force Minnesota to follow California's electric car standards. Shortly after those standards were finalized in 2022, California decided to go whole hog and start implementing new rules to ban the sale of most gas-powered cars by 2035. So, I would prefer Minnesota not go that direction. Minnesota would have to do new rulemaking to adopt the new California standard, and I don't think we need to follow the lead of California and become the California of the North, I'm urging you to join me today in saying no thanks to any more California car standards for the next 2 years, and I would appreciate a green vote.
Further discussion to the A49 amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did count 7 Californias during your presentation there, Representative Heinzman. I've asked for a no vote on this amendment. We have debated this over many years. The rule has gone into effect. The demand is high. I was actually at a conference where we heard from automakers where the demand is high, and it keeps growing. So just vote no.
Further discussion of the A49 amendment. The member from Crow Wing, the author of the amendment, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker. No, yeah, we have had a lot of conversations on this issue, Representative Hansen, and it's because the people of Minnesota don't like this, and they don't like that there's been some question in the verbiage. And so that is why I used the state of California and their language as the Walz administration has tried to bring those kinds of rules here to Minnesota. And the truth is, you only have 2 options. Either you can adopt the federal standard or you can have California standard. There's nothing in between. So to say it's something else is really, I think, inappropriate. I think that it's important to recognize that, and I'd ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Heinzman requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote on the A49 amendment. Anything further, Representative Heinzman? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A49 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A49 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A35.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A35 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We get to talk about wolves again, and Representative Doubt must have missed it in the stack, but we do get to have the conversation. So here's, I think, what our side is trying to say. If you love wolves so much, well, then let's move some to the metro. And this amendment would create 2 locations, one at Fort Snelling State Park, and then another breeding pack within the Keller Regional Park. So, Representative Fisher, that gets you what you want. Members, I would encourage you to take some time and talk to Representative Schultz or Representative Igo, or talk to Representative Nelson or Representative Scraba and ask really what's going on. Because this is not just something that the wolf is cute and pretty and majestic. Those things are all true. But they left unchecked without any predation, they're going to run amok. And you know, I'm a political geography GIS major. A wolf biologist is not on my resume, nor is it on yours, Representative Fisher. It is not on your resume. And I offer this to make a point. You're trying to change what is going on with trained biologists, and this wasn't heard in committee, and you introduced it on the floor. I think that that's preposterous. What I think our side is trying to say is, you don't know necessarily what you're talking about as it relates to the wolf biology. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to withdraw this, which is what you should have done, Representative Fisher. You want to stand up, make a point? Make a point. We oftentimes do amendments for that very purpose. But the point that I'm making with this is if you truly feel strongly about providing a great place for the wolves to live, maybe have some transplanted down here to the metro. There's plenty to eat. They have zero predation. They will grow a thriving pack. But what you've heard from our members are stories that are very, very real. Representative Nelson has lost from his herd. He's lost calves. All of us who hunt up north, and I hunt up in Floodwood, Representative Zalesnikar, I'm up in your area. Or is that Igo? I'm up there leaving money behind for all of you. It's an important issue to people on my side of the aisle because they live it on a day-to-day basis. When you drive up from the cities, it's more of a recreational jaunt up there, and I think it's a little misguided. So, Representative Fisher, you and I have an excellent working relationship. I would have loved, and I walked over earlier to ask you what your intent was. I fully recognize that you want to send a message in your amendment. Send the message, withdraw it, don't put it to a vote, because now what you're doing is you're telling the DNR that they really don't know how to do their job. This is very real. Yes, this is a capricious amendment that I actually enjoy, and Representative Howard, I believe this is now your district, that it might go over well for tourists. I don't know. Representative Greenman was kind of 50-50 on it before. I think what we're trying to say here is let's not play around with something as important as wolf biology, because the stories that you'll get from our side of the aisle, you've probably not heard in earnest or heard face-to-face with somebody who actually has gone through what's going on. And any apex predator left unchecked is going to become really damaging to the overall biosphere that they're in. And I've hunted up north, and Representative Igo, I've been in your district hunting, so I'm glad to know it's yours. There have been times that I go up there, and I get to my stand, and I go past very large wolf prints, and I know full well that I will not see a deer all day or probably the whole time I'm up there. That's because they're running around unchecked. So I am very disappointed that you chose to put that on the bill. I'm very disappointed that you did not even have it heard in committee. And I don't really care that we heard it 2 years ago. That's a former legislature. Has nothing to do with the people who are here on the floor today. We have a process. We should have heard it in committee. And if your chair thought it was such a great idea, they would have engrossed it into the bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw the A35.
Representative Nash has withdrawn the A35 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend House File 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen, to explain the A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, luckily this has nothing to do with wolves. What this has to do with is the electrical vehicle, so we can go back to the California car. And it would limit the rebate eligibility. And I think this is a very important thing to, as we've heard our governor say, he wouldn't want to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people, and that's the directions, but there's also an amendment to the amendment, if this is the time you'd like to do that.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend his amendment to House File number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A53.
I recognize the author of the A53 amendment to the A34 amendment, the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen, to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the point of this is, if a person was to go out and buy your base model Tesla, they run around $51,500. If you load it up with options, you can easily get to 90,000. Why would we be incentivizing people who can afford all that extra? These dollars, grant dollars, would go a lot further if they were kept to those that are barely able to afford an electric car. That is the whole point of the amendment to the amendment, and I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Mecklen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A53 amendment to the A34 amendment. Is there any further discussion? I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask members to vote yes on this amendment. While you can find electric vehicles much cheaper than this, in fact, I have a friend who's looking for one that less than 10% of this particular value. I think this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the roll call.
Representative Mecklen has requested the roll call vote on the A53 amendment to the A34 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the A53 amendment to the A34 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A53 amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A34 amendment as amended. Is there any discussion? Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, this is to help kind of push this money around to far more people and not let the wealthiest of Minnesotans burn it up when they certainly can afford without. And I would also ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Mecklen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the A34 amendment. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm going to ask members to vote yes on this amendment, and I hope that Representative Mecklen takes the same attitude when we address the tax bill. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion to the A34 amendment? Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll again withdraw the roll call. Thank you. Just vote yes.
Representative Mecklen has withdrawn his roll call request. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the A34 amendment as amended, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A34 amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House Law number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franson, to explain the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the A44 creates a task force to investigate the energy transition supply chain. The amendment redirects 1/10 of the money appropriated in the bill for EV rebates to fund the task force. It is so very important, members, that officials making decisions on our energy transition see firsthand how minerals and components that go into solar panels and EV batteries are sourced. I'm currently reading a book titled Cobalt Red, How the Blood of the Congo Powers Our Lives. Members, this is one of those books that you start reading and you have to put it down after a few pages because the reality of what we are doing is so horrific. Human lives are being stolen, their lives being stolen so that we can have a green energy here in the West. Members, I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There may be some confusion about the amendment that Representative Franson is speaking to. The A44, I think she's speaking to the A46.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment, Representative Fransen.
Yes, so apparently I mixed up my amendments, so I'm sorry. Okay, so let's go back. Members, let's pretend that did not happen. So the A44 amendment, projects financed by the Green Bank must source components from places with wage and labor standards equal or better than Minnesota. So here in this body, many, many times we have taken up issues to make sure that our minimum wages are raised, that our standards of living are on the up and up, that the quality of life Minnesotans have is deserving. We are discussing passing a paid family leave because we think, or generally speaking, that this is something that Minnesotans want. Well, in places such as the Congo, China, the living standards and the work standards are subpar, if that. Making less than $2 a day in some cases, being raped, beaten, committing suicide, being killed because of the standard of the work conditions. So, Mr. Speaker, on the A44 amendment, I request a roll call.
Representative Fransen requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A44 amendment. Representative Fransen. I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I too rise in support of the A44 amendment. I want to thank Representative Fransen for taking up this amendment. And really, the foundation of what state government is to do is, as you're charting a path, this is really charting a path of technology. And we all understand that, America doesn't necessarily produce every single tidbit, but in all reality, we hear over and over and over from the majority party that we need to stand for workers, we need to stand for this, we need to stand for that, we need to stand for the environment. That's what this bill is, right in the name. In this amendment, I want to thank Representative Fransen. Really sets up that if this bank is to move forward, this Green New Deal bank, that the state of Minnesota is going to move forward and it's finance these projects, that these things, as part of their process when approving or disapproving a project, will foundationally, from the bottom up, not from the top down, not from this room, but from where the stuff comes from. We all say, hey, let's have some local jobs. Let's create some stuff. Okay, fine. What this does is say, hey, you know what? If you're a business that's in the business of holding slaves, of working kids, folks that can't stand up for themselves, that the state of Minnesota says, you know what? We in the legislature are going to make a point. We in the legislature of Minnesota aren't going to participate with these green dreams on the backs of children. Representative Fransen, I want to thank you for this amendment. I think it's proper. And I'd ask the legislators to stand strong, not just in word, but in deed. And not just the folks that can help us out in the next election, but the folks that you'll never meet. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority already has some really strong labor provisions, we are going to go ahead and accept this, so I encourage a green vote.
Further discussion to the A44 amendment. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to hear that we're going to be accepting this amendment today. So I just wanted to make a point to kind of wrap up what Representative Swedzinski and Representative Fransen were talking about. When we talk about some of the conditions that we see around the world for these for these things, and that what the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority is trying to do. You know, one instance is that in some places of the world where we're seeing this done, we're seeing people paid 35 cents an hour. So that's $728 a year. And it's going to be really important that we put these kind of measures in place so that we're financing the right goals and financing the right winners. And those winners are right here in Minnesota, where we have the greatest labor laws and protections in not only the country, but in the world. And Minnesotans ready to go to work and provide these things. And it's good to see our own tax dollars now being invested towards those Minnesotans. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chair Acomb for taking the amendment, and I will drop the roll call.
Representative Franzen has withdrawn the roll call request. Is there any further discussion to the A44 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A44 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A44 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A37.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen, to explain the A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the A37 amendment, I'm verifying to make sure I'm reading the correct one this time, because that really was embarrassing. So this amendment eliminates the use of materials and components from the Green Bank that is known from countries that are known to utilize slave labor. So as I was chatting about this book, The Cobalt Red, so the author of the book, Mr. Kara, Siddharth Kara, toured the Congo and came across a lifeless child. And the gravel had been stained red. And until that moment, the author wrote that in the ground, he thought that the ground in the Congo took its vermilion hue from the copper in the dirt. But the author said he could not help but wonder whether the earth here, meaning the Congo, is red because of all the blood that has spilt upon it. So I know that this body, we cherish human rights. We cherish labor standards. And we want to make sure that children across the world have the same opportunities that children living here in Minnesota have. Members, I would request a green vote.
Further discussion to the A37 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franzen. And while I will say that I think that these kind of policies are best done at the federal level, and we have seen that President Biden has put in the Uyghur, I think it's the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and there's also investments going on through the IRA, IIJA, and the CHIPS. I think this is a really important issue, and we're going to recommend a yes vote.
Further discussion to the A37 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Acomb. Members, please vote yes.
All those in favor of adopting the A37 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A37 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A46.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen, to explain the A46 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So this, the A46 amendment is the very first amendment that I had discussed regarding a task force to take a look at the actual supply chain. And so I've already spoke about it. I won't belabor the points, but I do request a yes vote.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, an issue that probably better handled at the national level, but we see this as an agreeable amendment, and we request a yes vote.
Further discussion of the A46 amendment. I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Fransen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Acom. Members, please vote yes.
All those in favor of adopting the A46 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A46 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fransen moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A51.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Fransen, to explain the A51 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the A51 amendment is just a simple amendment. It deletes the sustainable building guidelines. So this amendment not only saves the $690,000 that is appropriated in this bill, it will save taxpayers the additional cost of construction and renovation of state buildings because of these additional guidelines. It is extremely difficult to know how much cost these new guidelines will add to a $500 million renovation of the state office building alone. The OLA report of the sustainable building guidelines was very eye-opening. And when I met with the OLA shortly before the report became public, one of the recommendations, well, I kind of half jokingly said maybe we should scrap the entire B3 program that had been in place before, well, it was like I was a lot younger. It was like I was in my 20s at that time. It's been in place for like 22 years. That's coconut oil and joy of the Lord. That's why I look like that. But to the point at hand, the guidelines themselves have not exactly been followed because of the fact that it is so cumbersome. People don't know who to report to, what they're actually supposed to entail. And so it's kind of screwing with some of a project that's in my district, these B3, but that's not anything to do with the amendment, but that's a side note. But at any rate, I think that we should save the taxpayers some dollars. Let's scrap the sustainable building guidelines, and I would just love your unanimous vote again. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Fransen. Well, I guess all good things must come to an end. But the sustainable building guidelines has some really important aspects to it that will reduce energy use and greenhouse gas emissions and takes costs into account and use of renewables. And so with all of the good things that come out of it, I encourage people to vote no to the amendment.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Douglas, Representative Fransen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really thinking that streak was coming to an end too. I just thought things were looking a little too good for Mary Fransen over here. So while I'm not going to request a roll call, I do hope that we have enough members to voice vote a yes. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A51 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the A51 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A45.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam, to explain the A45 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there have been times at which an administrative law judge has made a determination and it's been overturned. And I think that the most memorable one is there was a route for a power line, a distribution line. And there was a lot of testimony, a lot of people came, and there was a ruling on a line. one of the routes. When it came to the PUC, all the people that won didn't show up because their route was chosen. There were people that had a route that wasn't chosen. They showed up, made a lot of noise. PUC went ahead and chose a different line, a different route. And I don't think that's appropriate. If we're going to have administrative law judges in the process, then you need to respect their determination. And so this is to say that the commissioner may not review or overrule a decision by an administrative law judge in a contested case proceeding. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Otherwise, why do you even have administrative law judges if you're going to ignore them? So I hope for a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion to the A45 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam. The PUC is a body made up of people who have been appointed because of their expertise in energy policy. And so with that expertise and the importance of that in knowledge of decisions that they make, I think it would be troubling to take that, to give all of that decision-making authority to an administrative law judge. So we have a board of 5 to make these policy determinations. Therefore, I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A45 amendment. The author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call.
Representative Quam requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote on the A45 amendment. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, why do we have them in the process if it doesn't matter what they say? Why do we have our citizens going and participating in that process, thinking they won, and then just, we're going to do whatever we want to do, or we're going to decide because people showed up to our meeting because they lost? I think it's a flawed process. Either get rid of the administrative law judges or actually take what they decide. So I hope for a green vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A45 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A45 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A23-0124.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam, to explain the A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There are a lot of solar projects going on in my district. There are a lot going in rural districts. One thing that we found when I've talked with the conservation people, the local soil and water people, when you do this kind of project, you disturb the water flow, the drainage, and the ag land. We've had many situations where neighboring fields and farms that had no issue before now have issue with drainage and water, and it delays them in the spring or causes loss of crops. So this would just say we need you do a siting study to make sure what the effects to drainage and water flow and retention and et cetera when you do one of these large solar projects in the rural area. And I think it's pretty straightforward, and it would at least let the farmers have a heads up beforehand, and they could make changes and improvements to not cause issues for their neighbors. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A23-0124 amendment, or would you like to report your secondary amendment? Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Quam moves to amend the Quam amendment to House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A23-0129.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam, to explain the 823-0129 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, basically what this does is when you're siting a large electric power generation facility, that you prioritize non-tillable or marginal quality ag land. In other words, if we're going to use thousands, tens of thousands of acres for solar, let's prioritize not our top cropland, but non-tillable or marginal land. And a lot of the marginal land have been in diverted and other programs, but the good quality tillable land, that's where we get the crops that feed the livestock, feed our citizens, and are a major export and revenue driver for the state. So I hope that we could support this, and hopefully in the future we will have a saving of many, many acres of great tillable ag land.
Further discussion to the 823-0129 amendment to the amendment. I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I want to stand in support of Representative Quam's both his underlying amendment and also the amendment to the amendment. I appreciate the thought you put into this. This is a growing issue. We've heard of many stories of just the DNR being a bad neighbor when it comes to drainage and maintaining the drainage on your own land. And I've heard stories as well from installers, the guys working the dirt out in these solar fields, saying, when they're trenching in the wire and they happen to see a water bubble up and there might be a piece of plastic, oftentimes they're told just cover her up and they'll figure it out. And, Representative Quam's example that he stated, really bears that true, that, folks are necessarily potentially cutting tile and adversely not being a good neighbor. And we all understand that on occasion these things do happen, but we really feel, as the state is mandating these things are installed and pushing forward this technology, that the state of Minnesota should also be looking at ways in which we can pave the road so that these things can adequately be moving forward when it comes to water drainage and the rest. And to speak just to the underlying amendment as well, we have potential of 100,000 acres moving forward. And, what that's going to do to land rents, what that's going to do to food production, our local economies, can be debated. But at the end of the day, we have a responsibility not only to Minnesotans, but to the world. To the world. We've read articles because of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict war that potentially over 179 million people will be closer to starvation because of the lack of food production and the increased cost. We can make a difference. Thankfully, this body has accepted Representative Franzen's bills to make sure that the poorest of the poor in the parts of the world that we'll never visit, or if we do, we'd probably be ashamed of ourselves, but those folks will be protected potentially if that bill gets held on to in conference committee. But what we should also be concerned about from a food production perspective, that we do something exceptionally well here in Minnesota, especially in the southern part of our state. The wind does blow, but the other things we do really well is grow food. and protecting prime farmland, because guess what? If we take out prime farmland in southwest Minnesota for solar production, that land's going to get replaced. And we're seeing over and over and over of where we're producing more and more land is the tropical rainforests in Brazil. Those places that are very, very fragile in their ecology. And we have an opportunity here to just say, you know what? We have good land in the state of Minnesota. We have medium land in Minnesota. We have poor land in Minnesota. But let's protect prime farmland so that we prioritize the use of non-prime farmland resources here in the state of Minnesota, which is smart. We're not saying no to solar. We're just saying let's do it smarter. Let's do it better. Thank you, Representative Quam. I'll be voting for your amendments. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say what we like to do is give the choice of how a landowner uses their property up to that landowner. And so if a farmer wants to diversify his income stream and be able to put some of his land in solar, I think that's up to that farmer to decide to do. Nobody is, imposing their will upon them. It is giving them a choice how to use their private land. I recommend a no vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion to the 823-0129 amendment to the amendment. I recognize the member from Anderson, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative, we have something in this state called zoning that we can't do totally what we want on our land. In a lot of cases, that makes sense. We can't build things within a certain number of feet or acres. One home on 40 acres of land is one example. So when you say do what you want with your land, there are limits to what we can do with our land. And on the topic of where we site these solar panels, and as Representative Swedzinski said, we accept there's going to be solar panels, but let's do it right. Let's do it the smart way. And we have enough marginal land to site these things on, and it's a growing concern among farmers that we can't compete with the $1,000 an acre lease payments, for example, that some solar companies are offering to put these properties on good farmland. And, if we take our food supply for granted, someday we may have empty store shelves again, no eggs on the shelf, no milk in the coolers, and we need to protect our agricultural production ability in this state. And again, we're just asking to do this the right way, the smart way, the common sense way, and put these projects on land that is not prime farmland to ensure that we can keep this state a powerhouse in ag production. I support the Quam amendment.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to kind of respond to Representative Acom, and you and I have had the chance to kind of discuss this personally, and I really appreciated that conversation. And some things don't just have to be about yes or no, and in fact, it can be about just crafting the right state policy that puts our state on a track to thrive. Whether you work in agriculture, whether you're in these green energy technologies, we really want Minnesota to thrive, right? And we want to help provide for our nation and for the world. The food security is critically important. And so thank you, Representative Quam, and to the others who have worked on this amendment. This is a good idea. And Representative Acom, if I could have your attention for a moment on this. The reason I want to bring this forward here is we do have immense resources in land in our state, and the reason why we have a challenge in this frame is because of the government subsidies that then compete with our farmers, right? And it doesn't have to be, we don't have to pit groups of people against one another here. There's plenty of land in this state to install solar panels should an individual property owner choose. But there is absolutely marginal land where it also receives great sunlight and can be effective in this. And so, frankly, I really hope that you would have said that this is a friendly amendment, because this is about setting the stage and setting it right for our state. I don't know if there's other negotiations at play here, but this is about getting it right. This is about getting it right for rural communities. This is about helping farm families. This is about food security. This is about making sure that Hennepin Avenue and University Avenue here in the Twin Cities have food. It's about making sure that rural regional centers across this state who have egg processing and food processing facilities, like Representative Wolgamott has been fighting for this session, it's about making sure that they have the products that our farmers are able to grow on prime egg land. That's what this amendment's about, and I really encourage all members of this body to vote in support of this amendment to the amendment.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam, for bringing this amendment forth. This is a really important amendment, and Representative Acom, I think you just said when you said no one is imposing this on them. And I would just like to address that a little bit, because actually what's happening is as the government is funneling the tax dollars into solar and subsidizing solar, this truly is, it's falsely driving the market. We've talked about this before. It's falsely driving up the land prices, and it's falsely putting money into shareholders' hands who would not have had that money to purchase. So this is imposing very unevenly on farmers. Farmers cannot compete with huge solar farms in the amount that they're paying per acre. And so I just wanted to address this, because agriculture right now, if a farmer is renting to another farmer, they might be paying something like $200 per acre, $300, $400 per acre, depending on that land. But a solar farm is paying 3 times that rate. A solar farm is paying $1,400 per acre. And so this is falsely driving up the market, and it's against agriculture, it's against farms. And so us as the legislative body, knowing how important agricultural is to our state economy, we absolutely have to be looking at this big picture. We absolutely have to be protecting our farmers and our agriculture, and so please support and vote yes for Quam's amendment.
Further discussion. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you look at the other things that are already existing, it's when appropriate, evaluation, etc. This just says prioritizing the use of non-tillable and marginal quality ag. It doesn't say that you're prohibiting tillable. But if we go in thinking, what land can we use that's going to be less disruptive to the ag community, it's going to be marginal and non-tillable. And in a lot of the areas that I've seen solar go into, there's land right in that general area that could be used. And if we prioritize that, we can, in the same system, have the clean energy and yet maintain our ag land, our ag production, which is so key to our state's economy and is a great way of life. So if we're going to move forward, let's prioritize not disrupting our existing system, and I'm going to request a roll call.
Representative Quam requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the 823-0129 amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A23-0129 amendment to the A23 amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A23-0124 amendment. Is there any discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If we're going to do these projects in a rural area, we need to understand the neighborhood, which includes the drainage, the neighborhood, which includes other farms. And by doing the simple thing of saying, hey, look at the effects to drainage, look at when you're building a distribution line, know where there are tile lines, drainage, and et cetera. And then you can intelligently plan the installation. You'll put the post here instead of there. You're still doing what you need to do, but you don't ruin the neighbor's farm or cost him yield and acreage by being inconsiderate and not a good neighbor. This is a good neighbor bill. I'll ask for a roll call because we should promote being good neighbors.
Representative Quam requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote green.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Quam. I think we definitely agree about being good neighbors. And currently, all solar that is an acre or larger is required by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to have a stormwater permit. And so they do have to look at how stormwater, how their activity is impacting stormwater, and build in ways to prevent runoff. So I think this is already being done, and so therefore this amendment is redundant. I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can guarantee that we could show you multiple examples where this has not been taken care of. It has not been done. And maybe the intent is there, but we need to have the verbiage so it's actually done instead of, oh, we got it covered somewhere in the language, but apparently we don't enforce and make it happen. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the A23-0124 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A23-0124 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend House Bill number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen, to explain the A42 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe we'll do 3 for 3 today. The A42 would be to include hydrogen-powered cars and these rebates eligible for cars that we want to not produce carbon, as well as biofuels. It actually was intended to say biofuels, but the revisor's office was very busy, and we didn't have time to redo it. I think this is a good way to bridge the gap while we're waiting for more production, where we're headed, but for the here and now, we should certainly be taking care of those making our biofuel products as well as the new technology of hydrogen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A42 amendment. I recognize the member from Minoka, Representative Steve.
Well, Representative Mecklin, 2 out of 3 is still a Hall of Fame batting average. So I have to ask members to vote no on this amendment. This amends an electric vehicle rebate, and I'm not always great on the science, but hydrogen and biofuels not electric vehicles. So I ask for a no vote.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is all energy, however, so we can just call it energy vehicles. But nevertheless, vote green, please. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we want to go green, we're going to want to get rid of, carbon. Hydrogen-based, you know what the byproduct is? Water. And if you have a hydrogen-based fuel cell and other approaches, you can have an overcoming of that 200, 300-mile range issue. In agriculture and many other sectors of our economy, you've got to be able to drive longer than you can with an electric. You've got to be able to sometimes do a lot of miles. Sometimes it's a long day or a long week. And let's be intelligent. If we really want to do clean, then we need to look at hydrogen and other ways that we can do clean and more fully cover the spectrum of needs. So I think it's short-sighted to say only electric is good, because there are a lot of good technologies that we should be supporting and looking at in Minnesota, because there's not just one solution to get us to the shiny city. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A42 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail, and the A42 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altdorf moves to amend House Bill number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf, to explain the A38 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am offering the A38 amendment. Members, I was hopeful that we would have really considered Representative Quam's amendment to prioritize putting solar on non-tillable marginal land and to really stay away from our prime tillable agricultural land, which makes us a leader in agriculture. And so today I am offering an amendment, and hopefully you'll look at this very favorably. I'm asking for $250,000 to go towards a study. So this is not in any way to stop the solar that is going in. It is to study the effects. I'm offering to take the U of M extension bill, money, $250,000, to do a study that would look specifically at the number of acres of prime farmland that has gone into solar in the last 5 years. What is the solar capacity of those systems, of what has been installed? What are the effects of the rent prices that's happening in the agricultural areas? And then to really have a very useful study on what impacts is this happening on the prices of land, the production, and how this is affecting our state in a bigger way. So that is my amendment, and I hope that we can look favorably upon that.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Altendorf. While I appreciate the intent, the extension program is really designed to work with landowners all across the all across the state to look at land management practices to help reduce the impacts of climate change. And so I appreciate you want to take some away from that. I think that's a really important project. And to go back to some of the other conversations that we've had already today, I've, since sitting here, gotten some texts from solar developers who do work in rural Minnesota, and they do prioritize with farmers and landowners to utilize the least productive or agriculturally productive land to prioritize for solar panels. So I do think that's an important aspect that solar developers are already doing. And I will also, again, just reiterate, easy for me to say, that this is a choice for landowners to make. And while I appreciate that there are zoning restrictions, this is within the current zoning restrictions for them to choose. And so I do appreciate and think it is appropriate to allow landowners the choice to make how to use their land. So I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, agriculture makes up 20% of our state economy. It's so important. The district I represent starts the Red River Valley, Traverse County, Wilkin County, and that's what helps feed the world. And this makes sense when we're making such an investment of public dollars into a different way of producing energy. It makes sense to study it correctly, because we do need to look at the impact of ag land. Obviously, we know that the farmers are not getting any younger. I think now we're average of 56 is the average age, and we want young farmers. We even talk about programs to get young farmers involved. Well, when you have to compete with land being purchased from a corporation for a non-agricultural use, that's concerning. So I think this makes very reasonable sense from my colleague that I sit by this whole session. It's good sense to figure out what land is getting out of production, because we help feed the world, and I want to continue to do that. So I'm going to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. To this point, I'm glad we took this order of the amendments tonight, because we're gaining an understanding as to exactly who can install solar panels where in this state and the values of the folks on the other side of the aisle. And I would just simply want to, I guess let's start with this. Would Representative Acom yield?
Representative Acom will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Acom. Are you aware of the decision by the Minnesota PUC, I believe it was just last month, in regards to solar panel installations in Dodge County?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not familiar with the specifics of that.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To just then on that point, I believe I want to say it was $250 million worth of a solar installation in Dodge County, heavy agricultural county and community. That's who they are in southern Minnesota. And in this instance, and it was reported, I specifically saw it in Morning Take, but the instance said it came before the PUC. And in this particular instance, the installation was going to happen on prime ag land. And interestingly enough, the local community had grave concerns to the installation in their area, in their county, directly going to impact the economy, right? Because as solar panels are installed on prime ag land, that's not putting farmers to work or feeding families in that community. And there is no parking lot, as we've discussed, for solar panels. And so at that point, rural communities begin to shrivel further, right? And so that's why, as we engage in this discussion and this debate, Representative Acom, I'm seeking to find out from you as to what recourse in your eyes, there is for local landowners and community members simply concerned about the livelihoods of Main Street, small town, rural Minnesota, agriculture, Minnesota, the land of rocks and cows, exactly what the recourse is to fight back and to preserve the legacy of who we are in Minnesota. Would Representative Acom yield to a question?
Representative Acom will yield to another question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Acom, can you explain to me what you believe the steps that Minnesotans should take should they be concerned about the investment of new solar panels into their community that are going to directly impact their economies?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for the question. There is, to my understanding, there are 17 million acres of prime farmland in Minnesota, and as far as how much solar we have 100,000 acres, so that's less than 1/2 of 1%. And so while I understand that if it's next to somebody that doesn't like it, then it doesn't matter how much or what percentage it is, they don't like it. I think that we have to understand and respect people's rights within their land and within the laws and the zoning laws and regulations. And so while I appreciate there are, not everybody likes to be next to a solar farm, not everybody likes to be next to wind turbines, I get that and I understand that, and I think that in communities throughout our state, we have a lot of resistance to things that are different. In my community, we have resistance to large buildings being built next to residential communities. And so while we know and appreciate that we need to have certain services, whether it's affordable housing or whether it's renewable energy, there's always going to be people who don't want to live next to it because they are, for whatever reason, concerned. And so I think that we need to balance people's rights and the public interest. And so I think that we have laws, we have regulations, we have boards of authority like the Public Utilities Commission to help balance those different and competing interests. So I understand and I appreciate the conundrum that you're presenting, and I think that we have the tools to be able to work through that. And sadly, it's not always going to be agreeable to everybody, and we have to understand that people have rights to their property and using their property.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Acom, I think what we are discussing here is literally why a study would be a good way for us to go in this discussion and in this debate so that we can kind of investigate this a little bit more. I appreciate tonight, Representative Acom, that you brought some facts and figures that honestly I don't believe were available when we debated House File 7. So that's helpful for me. So would Representative Acom
Representative Acom will yield to a question. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Acom, could you share with the body how many acres there are of essentially marginal land across this state where solar panels could be placed?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not know that number.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, and Representative Acom, I appreciate that you're transparent with us and not knowing that number. It's a relevant number for this discussion. There is plenty of marginal land across this state that could fit the need. And so I think from my conversations with you, you don't want to see the end of agriculture or to disincentivize our state from further agricultural production and providing for the food security of our state, nation, and world. So this should be a place where we can find some bipartisanship to see a study done to look at this and to study the impacts of what the installation of solar panels would do on prime ag land that could also include the implications and maybe the positives or the negatives to a community that has them installed. It's frustrating for me and for members of this body when we hear reports of the people across Minnesota who feel like their voices weren't heard, who feel like if they're a farmer in Dodge County, that somehow now their property value is going to be directly impacted because of an installation in their community that subsidizes other ag land in their area. This should be an area of bipartisanship. This should be an area where we do study, and I do encourage support of this amendment. Vote green.
Further discussion to the A38 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, members, for listening to this amendment. I think we really need to give this some strong consideration here in this body. Again, there is a saying that hindsight is 20/20 vision. And there's a reason why. Once we're out in front of something, we can easily look back and we can very easily determine at that point if that was a good idea or a bad idea based on the results that we're actually seeing in real time. Right now, with the 2040 bill being passed, this is a very dangerous time because of the time frame. This is such a short time frame for us to get to carbon free. What this is doing, again, is it's falsely driving the market up for our land. Investors know that we are going to have to put so much solar into Minnesota, so many wind turbines into Minnesota to reach this goal. Investors are rushing to Minnesota and buying up our land, which should be concerning to everyone in this body. Now, we are not asking to stop solar. We are asking for a reasonable request to study the impacts on what putting solar on prime farmland is doing to our economy and is doing to our state. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask Representative Acomb to yield to a question.
Representative Acomb will yield for a question. Representative Altendorf.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. Representative Acomb, I just wanted to know right now, what percentage of solar are we using on our energy grid is being used by solar? And then what is our goals with the 2040? How much of our energy will be solar?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's a good question. I think that overall renewables make up about a quarter of our energy production. And I don't know, I think it's much more wind than solar. So I'm not exactly sure of the exact amount, but less than 12 and a half. So I think it's less than half for sure of the quarter that's renewables.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Acomb. So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask Representative Acomb to yield to another question, please?
She will yield to another question. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question is, on the MISO grid right now today, the MISO grid shows that we are pulling out of our energy, 2% is coming to solar. 2% we're getting from solar production. You're correct, you know, it is probably more like a quarter, but the majority of that's coming from the wind. However, I didn't hear the answer to what is our goal with the 2040 plan of how much of our energy is going to be coming from solar.
Representative Acomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Altendorf, for the question. I don't have that answer. I think that as we look at the 100% clean energy bill, we have Over 25% of our energy comes from nuclear, which is carbon-free. We have wind, we have solar, and we need to decrease our dependency on coal and natural gas. So more. I don't know that I have an answer, but I think that we need to be moving in the direction of significantly more.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. Again, my concern is very clear, that we do not have these answers today. We don't have the answers in this body as we're moving towards the 2040 energy plan, and that's exactly why I am asking this body to invest in a study for us to very thoroughly look at what is going to be the impacts of putting solar on prime farmland, because we have options. This is not an all or nothing type of a deal. We have options to put solar on land that is not usable by the farms. We have options to put solar over parking lots. We have options to put solar on rooftops. And so what this amendment is offering is for us to study very carefully the impacts on our agriculture, as again, we'll reiterate, we are 5th in the nation in agriculture. We have $16.7 billion of agriculture production that is coming to the state. And it is detrimental to the state of Minnesota for us to cut into that, or for us to be doing something that could be damaging our agriculture. So members of this body, please, I ask you to support. It's a simple study. Please support this amendment, and let's study the impacts on agriculture.
All those in favor of adopting the A38 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail, and the A38 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
IGO moves to amend House Bill number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo, to explain the A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment I am moving forward today with is actually only going to be adding 6 words to state law today. Those 6 words are wood waste and wood chip biomass, and we're going to be adding that to the meanings of carbon-free. Now, this is incredibly important because obviously the state has a very, very, very robust forest products industries, whether it be making desks like we're at right here, whether it be making 2x4s and sheeting, whether it be making paper. The list goes on and on and on what we use our wood products for. But with our vibrant wood products industry, there's lots of things left over. When we have slash, whether it's the paper making process, the tops are left over. We have a large need for what we do with those things. So there are uses for those, and one of them is right in my district. The Hibbing Public Utilities uses wood chips and biomass to power the city of Hibbing. So the reason that this is all carbon neutral is because we're taking these byproducts, if you will, of the wood products industry, and we're utilizing them in a way to create power rather than letting them rot in a landfill where they're emitting carbon. We're actually creating carbon neutral power, especially when those wood products, the reason that they're even there is because they've done their life cycle of sequestering carbon from the atmosphere in the form of trees, storing it, and then we're utilizing it. This is an oversight when we were talking about House File 7. I've been talking to people not only around the state, but many different groups about how important this really is here today. And it would be a good move for us to recognize this because, again, one of the best ways we sequester and store carbon is through our forests. And we're using that forest management, which is taking those trees out, replanting them so we don't have fires. That's the other key point I want to invoke here, is that if we don't find a way to utilize and capitalize on this, these large wood stocks that we have where the slash just kind of sits there instead of being utilized is actually a fire hazard. And that burning uncontrolled without being in a furnace to produce power or some other way to produce biomass, biofuels, etc., is actually going to emit more carbon and have more of a threat to the people of our state than if we just utilize what's left over. That's all we're trying to do here today. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A39 amendment. Anything else, Representative Igo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to close. This is a way when we talk about it to have our toolbox full of as many options as possible. So when we talk about affordability and when we talk about reliability, having this other form of carbon neutrality, especially in greater Minnesota, where again, we have vibrant forests and wood slashes everywhere from the industries that are around us that support us, having this ability to be able to make sure we can burn the wood to produce carbon neutral electricity and heat to our homes is vitally important. And I hope I can get this whole chamber's support today. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A39 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Igo. When looking at carbon-free energy sources, I just did a quick Google search because I don't know a whole lot about, I guess, what are the words in the amendment? Wood waste and wood chip biomass. And the results that I got were that smokestack emission tests show burning wood results in carbon emissions that are 2.5 times higher than natural gas and 30% higher than coal. And so if we're looking to have carbon-free, that doesn't fit into the carbon-free. This statute, though, is within the renewable energy standard. And so with the 100% bill, there's nothing saying that wood waste couldn't be burned and used for energy. It just couldn't be used for renewable energy credits. And so with that, I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion to the A39 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Discouraged to hear the chair of energy say I had to do a quick Google search on something to recite on the House floor. Would expect a little more on that. But obviously, when we're talking about wood burning, there's plenty of things put in on those stacks that actually capture the particulate. That's something that the Hibbing PUC has. That's something that I would love to talk about and educate on. But making sure we're going to be able to do these things is, again, vitally important. I don't think it's a good idea to leave it up to the PUC. Let's have another tool in the toolbox. Let's vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A39 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A39 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Law number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you'll remember when we talked about the clean air or the blackout bill earlier, we had talked about with an amendment that I brought about the value of nuclear technology as it relates to hot fluoride, molten salt. This amendment, the A43, seeks to put a little bit of money towards that effort and to see whether or not it fits into the long-term plan that we have for energy here in the state of Minnesota so that we can avoid blackouts and brownouts. And I think Chair Acom, I think you just said 25% of our power comes from nuclear, which is carbon-free. I think that we could all agree that that's a really great thing. So as we move forward, members, I hope that we can take some mindfulness and really look into what is that next generation of nuclear, because it's not what we're currently looking at today. I think we all know that. But the hope is that we can spend a little bit of money and really look at what is the best thing to fit into our overall technology portfolio. So with that, members, as you head into conference, I don't want to belabor this. I want to speak to the importance of it, Madam Chair, talk about how we really need to do our due diligence, and maybe the result of a study would come back and say, maybe not the best fit for our use case. But we won't know that until we actually do the research. So I would hope that you would look at this moving forward. Maybe as you head into conference committee, there will be an opportunity to appropriate a little bit of funds for this. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Representative Nash withdraws the A43 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swedzinski moves to amend House Law Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski, to explain the A31 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I get going, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A31 amendment. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your time here on the House floor. You know, there are bills that are focused, and then there are lasers. And one of the priorities the Republicans have had throughout this session is to understand what we hear and to make real, meaningful change. And one of the things that we've all heard over and over and over again is that my bills are too darn high. Whether you're talking to a small business owner, whether you're talking to a daycare, whether you're talking to Main Street businesses or large manufacturers, one of the things that we've heard over and over and over again is that our electricity bills and our utility bills are too high, and they're rising. They're not going down. One of the things we'll hear over and over by the majority is that these technologies, whether it's solar, whether it's wind, it's the cheapest stuff we have, yet our bills continue to go up. And members, the A31, which is before us tonight, really is that laser focus. It gets rid of the clutter, it gets rid of the politics, it gets rid of the false promises, and guarantees the folks that live in each and probably every one of our districts that their bills will go down. And so what my amendment does is cancel the funding for all the different projects. We keep a couple of good quality policy positions, but we really laser focus it. Really laser focus. So the general fund dollars will go towards the Polar Vortex Fund that folks from across the state have been paying high costs of from that high peak in last year or so ago when the natural gas prices spiked. And this would go into those accounts so that those folks would get relief from those higher bills that are paying off that high amount that they paid during that period of time. And then the RDA fund. The RDA fund, as we all know, is a slush fund created by a tax on cash onto ratepayers. And rather than us, you know, one of the questions we've asked over and over and over, who's going to spend the money better? Is it 201 legislators, both here in the House and Senate floor? Or is it the business owner? Is it the small family? Is it the single mother? Will they spend the money better? And what we do is we take the dollars that are in that account and we return it. Tens of millions of dollars to go back into the pockets of ratepayers in your district and mine as well. You know, these businesses, we've seen the other bills, right? You know, this is just one of many bills that we've got before us. You know, there's taxes essentially in this bill. We tax the existence of casks at our nuclear facilities. And who pays it? It's moms and dads, it's kids, it's small business owners. They're the ones that pay it. It's not this evil corporation. It's the ratepayers, you and I. Let's turn these dollars into real revenue back into the people that actually pay these bills. Let's set our egos aside and say we don't know best. And let's say to the people of Minnesota, You know best. Let's send it back. That's what this amendment does. You know, we're going to hear over and over with this bill, well, if we don't do this, we're going to have tornadoes, we're going to have floods, we're going to have crops fail over and over and over and over again. And when I asked pretty much every single testifier on this, they'd all start their testifying with, well, because of floods and because of the rainstorms and the tornadoes that are coming and ripping the roofs off our houses, we need to spend this money on this particular pet project of mine that just happens to benefit me. China is going to build more coal plants in the next few years than we have coal plants here in the United States. We talk constantly, over and over that we have a global community, a global environment. Folks, let's face the issues that are right before us and understand this isn't a debate about global warming. This isn't a debate whether or not the ice caps are going to melt. This is a debate of what are families facing today. They're facing their taxes going up from the DFL majority. They're facing regulatory nightmares going up because of this DFL majority. And because of this bill, their electrical rates are going to go up. Folks, we have a great opportunity tonight. I believe, you know, Representative Hansen made some great strides with the amendment by eliminating some portion of his bill. I'd wish it went a lot further than it did. But a real goal we could have tonight, Representative Acom, that if we could get some bipartisanship on the bills that move forward off the floor tonight. And I think you would really gain some Republican support if you accept this amendment. You had a great run, Madam Chair. You accepted a few of Representative Franzen's. You know, I think we really got a lot of that good mojo going when it comes to finding some common ground on some issues that are really important. And I want to reach out to all of you to say, do the 201 or the 134 or I guess the 133 reps that are voting tonight, do they know best? Do we know best? Or the folks that work, sweat, risk? That's something I don't think we talk near enough, is risk. You know, the budget the DFL majority is putting forward is really putting a lot of things at risk. The relationship between your employee and the employer, between your bank and your banker, and the lender and the lendee. Over and over and over again, there's a fork in the road. You have the choice of going down the road of freedom, personal responsibility, ability to dream and grow and expand your business. Or you go the route of let's just make sure that we always err on the side of bigger government. Well, we've seen what bigger government has gotten us. It's a smorgasbord of spending here in the state of Minnesota. $17.5 billion surplus. Hold my Bud Light, the DFL majority says. Let's raise taxes by another $7.5 billion. Let's make sure that one of the issues in this bill is there is an agreement. That I think most folks agree, there's a partial agreement, the idea of agreement. And that's the relationship between the community around Red Wing, and that is essentially a host community, and Xcel Energy. There are talks to use $10 million to help with economic development in that tribal community. And we ask, yes, you know what? I think that does make sense. Let's use the current RDA funding to do it. Nope. Let's make sure ratepayers pay more. Let's make sure we err on the side of bigger government, more intrusive government. Let the conversation happen. Higher taxes, more regulation, higher bills. And by the way, if all of our bills are a problem for you and you happen to vote for us, we'll send you a check to make it a little easier. So that you don't really feel the pinch as bad as you probably should because you're the one that support it. But by golly, if you're the one that actually paid the taxes, if you're the one that actually started a business, if you're the one that is concerned about the next 6 months is going to mean to you and your family, I don't know how I'm going to make payroll. I don't know if my loan's going to go through. We got the federal government raising interest rates. We got the chances of war about as high as it's ever been. And we sit on the House floor and fiddle. And we fiddle by increasing government, increasing regulations, lessening our opportunities to compete on a local and global level. Give businesses a shot. Give families a shot to spend the money better than us. That's all we're saying. Whether it's Social Security taxes, did the 201 legislators in the state of Minnesota spend it better? Or do the retirees, the Social Security folks that have worked their entire lives spend it better? Let's give them a shot. I'm not so prideful that I say that I spend the money better. I'm saying, folks, this amendment, the 831, I think hits folks right where they want to be hit. It helps their pocketbook. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A31 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Swazinski. I know that you are concerned about ratepayers and the amount of money people are spending on energy, and so am I. And that's why there are so many provisions in this bill that are addressing making energy costs less expensive for homeowners, implementing renewable energy in places to reduce the amount of money they're spending on energy. And so your amendment, taking the vast majority of that all away, with that and all of the good things that it would take with, I recommend a no vote.
Discussion to the A31 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'm sorry to hear that. I thought we were going to get her done. But in honor of time tonight, I think we've got more people that want to speak. But, just foundationally, seek your heart of hearts. It's okay. We learned with the Hansen Amendment, it's okay to buck the system. Let's buck it on this one, too. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the A31 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A31 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Igo moves to amend House Bill number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo, to explain the A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 836 amendment would be today focusing on the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority to increase mineral sourcing and production within the state of Minnesota. And before I get into how important that really would be and why we're going to be adding it to the bill today, I believe there is an amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend the Igo amendment to House Law number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A54.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski, to explain the A54 amendment to the A36 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The foundation of what a green bank is doing is, what does a bank do, right? They make loans, money comes back, adds a little interest, a little profit. We all appreciate that, except when it comes to government, they shouldn't be involved. But maybe. One of the things we need to focus on is, this goes along with the last amendment that sadly went down, the A31, but it's to return any profits that's developed and generated by the green bank. And not just grow government, not just create more programs, but that investment that taxpayers are obviously going to be making with this, that those dollars can help buy down rates and get returned to ratepayers. I ask for a roll call.
Representative Swazinski has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A54 amendment to the A36 amendment. Representative Swazinski.
And I ask for a green vote.
Further discussion to the A54 amendment to the A36 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Green Bank is not the Green Bank, it's the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority, is designed to leverage public and private funds to invest in climate solutions in different areas within our state. So in that context, this doesn't make sense, and I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A54 amendment to the A36 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment. No, I don't. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A54 amendment to the A36 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A54 amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on to discussion of the A36 amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak to this a little bit more now. Again, we're going to be increasing mineral sourcing and production within the state of Minnesota, utilizing the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority. Now, again, this is just going to be a goal. It's nothing more than that, but if we really think about it, this would just be a massive incentives jobs bill. It would be putting hardworking men and women to work across Minnesota, whether it be on the Iron Range in northeastern Minnesota where the critical minerals are, whether it be in manufacturing and producing and refining those materials across the state. And I think that'd be a good goal for a new state agency like this to be having as we're talking about moving forward into a clean economy. Also want to add too, just that the fact that and I've mentioned it before, the supply chains that we have in not only our state, in our country, in our world, have been so stressed over the last few years, and we need to learn from that. And the amount and the pace of legislation that we're moving down here, and we're moving so quickly towards mandates and goals, that it's only right for us to look inside ourselves, look inside our state borders, and say, what can we do here to make sure we can accomplish the goals that we set? It's so very easy to talk about solutions to an equation without actually getting at the root of the equation. And the equation, members, is utilizing Minnesota's minerals, whether it be taconite, whether it be copper, whether it be nickel, whether it be the bountiful other things. And it also is utilizing the hardworking men and women that live and work throughout our state. This is a fantastic goal to add to the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority. And with that, I would like to ask for a roll call.
Representative Igo requests a roll call vote. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote on the A36 amendment. Anything further, Representative Igo? Further discussion on the A36 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. Again, the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority is a bill about financing projects, and so it's not a bill about mining, so I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion to the A36 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment here is not about mining. It's about making a goal that we're going to put dollars in this fund, that it can be used in ways, and the goal should be to fund operations that invest in Minnesotans. Plain and simple. It's more than just mining. Vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A36 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A36 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A23-0123.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski, to explain the A23-0123 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A23-0123 amendment is a pretty straightforward amendment. It prohibits state and local units of government from banning lawnmowers, lawn equipment, water bottles, propane stoves. Very straightforward amendment. It really just protects kind of what's going out there. And the biggest concern is the legislature or local units of government kind of creating a piecemeal policy across the state, and that's what my amendment does.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
ACA moves to amend the Swazinski amendment to House File Number 2310, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A55.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom, to explain the A55 amendment to the A23-0123 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We know we need to electrify our homes and our transportation sector, and so it's important that we ensure that local units of government cannot ban or permit or stop the use of electric appliances. And so we changed Representative Swazinski's amendment to reflect that. And I would recommend a green vote.
Further discussion to the A55 amendment to the A23-0123 amendment. I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for a roll call on this amendment to the amendment.
Representative Swazinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the 855 amendment to the 823-0123 amendment. Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my first, I was typing out my my notes for that, how I was going to respond to your amendment to the amendment. And my first line that I had to cross out was that I would never do that to you, got an amendment or a bill, but my 831 amendment, I had to get rid of that talking point, so I apologize for that. So anyway, but this really does fundamentally gut the amendment. And what we're trying to do is really protect, make sure that local units of government, the state of Minnesota, does not ban certain types of technology that is in common use today. And the ACOM amendment will get rid of all of those protections. And I do wish that that wasn't the case on this amendment, but it is. And if you vote for the ACOM amendment, you will be voting to support local units of government banning whatever they might want to ban, giving away our local control, here at the state of Minnesota, kind of like the California Cars Initiative. Vote red.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, members. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the 855 amendment to the 823-0123 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails and the 855 amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on discussion of the A23-0123 amendment as amended. Any discussion? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Mr. Speaker, members, I withdraw my amendment.
Representative Swazinski withdraws the 823-0123 amendment. There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the Scott A23 amendment to House File Number 2310.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long, to explain your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this amendment and the subsequent amendment, there was best efforts made to get the amendments in on time, but they weren't quite able to be processed before the deadline, and so we have agreed to suspend the rules and allow for this amendment and the next amendment to be offered.
Further discussion to Representative Long's motion to suspend the rules. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to explain the A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
This amendment does three things, three very responsible things. If we're going to be converting to a green energy economy, then we need to do it in a responsible way so that we're not polluting the earth. So it does three things. First of all, it says that the rebates for electric vehicles can only be awarded if the MPCA determines or has a recycling program for electric car batteries that have reached the end of their life. So what we don't want is at the end of these EV car batteries' life, for them just to be dumped any old place. We need to make sure that they're dumped in recycled in an appropriate way. Secondly, this would limit solar generation system permits and only allow permits for those entities that show sufficient funds to fully pay for the decommissioning or recycling of solar panels, most of which contain PFAS. We've had a lot of discussion around in this body and in the Senate regarding PFAS, and we certainly don't want to just throw the solar panels in a dump where it's going to erode into the soil and therefore get into the groundwater potentially. The third thing that this amendment does is it requires decommissioned and repowered wind energy systems to be disposed of or recycled in Minnesota unless the blades are recycled in a useful byproduct. During the discussion on the blackout bill, we learned that these blades, the blade components of wind energy systems, are being shipped to Wyoming, making them somebody else's problem. And what we need to do, again, is have a responsible program here in the state of Minnesota for the disposal of these components when they reach the end of their life. And members, I would request a roll call.
Representative Scott requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the 823 amendment. Anything further for the moment, Representative Scott?
Mr. Speaker, I encourage a green vote.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Scott. I appreciate the question, and I appreciate, the amendment, and I appreciate the focus on responsible recycling. I think that with the IIJA, the IRA, and the CHIPS Act, all of the federal programs, there are a lot of investments that are coming into recycling and end-of-life issues around EV batteries, around wind turbines, and around solar panels. We had a testifier in committee this session talk about that 95% of solar panels are being recycled, which is great, that we can reuse those pieces. And it's happening when they're being decommissioned, and that up to 99% of wind turbines can be broken down and repurposed. And so I think that with the investments from the federal IIJA, IRA, and CHIPS Act, a lot of the already established and starting markets will only continue to grow, and so I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so glad that you're appreciative of this amendment, yet you encourage a no vote on it. I have an eyewitness on site out in Wyoming where these wind turbine blades are piling up into mountains, filling up the landfill. I have a loved one who works at this landfill, and though they can be repurposed, they're not being repurposed. Members, this deserves a green vote from everyone tonight on this amendment. It is atrocious what is happening to these wind turbine blades. Nothing is being done about it out in Wyoming, where they're shipping most of them to. Let's prove tonight that we really do care about our environment. Vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to belabor this much longer. I just am kind of baffled that we would adopt a green energy system without a way of disposing of these components. Many solar panels and wind turbines, which also, by the way, contain PFAS. So I guess Wyoming's going to just have a gigantic heaping pile of PFAS runoff in their state. You know, I don't understand why you would, why we would move to a technology like this without first having a way of continuing to make the environment safe and clean. I'm baffled by it. I think most of the public would say, well, that's only common sense. If you're going to do something like this, where these components are going to reach a shelf life, and no longer be usable, you have to have a way of disposing them. Car batteries are not small, nor are wind turbines, nor are solar panels. And we do know that they've started working on solar panel technology of recycling, but right now it's so expensive that it's cheaper to go dump it. You know, I had a over $20 million cleanup in my district recently because there were some really horrible chemicals that were leaking into the groundwater in Andover. And so what we're doing is we're setting up the same kind of problems by not taking care of them now. We're setting up future problems, future $20 million or more cleanup projects that the taxpayers of the state of Minnesota are going to have to bear, in addition to the higher energy rates they're going to be paying because of this new green technology. Now they're going to be stuck paying the bill for the cleanup after the disposal of these items. Members, please vote green.
Any further discussion to the A23 amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A23 amendment is not adopted. There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Long move that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the Garofalo A56 amendment to House File number 2310.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long, to explain your motion.
I'd encourage members to vote green so we can allow Representative Garofalo to offer this amendment.
Is there any further discussion to Representative Long's motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moves to amend House File number 2310, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A56.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo, to explain the A56 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the A56 amendment before you involves an appropriation from 2021 that was from the Renewable Development Account and is for a grant that's being administered by the Department of Employment and Economic Development. Before I describe the situation here, I want to make very clear to members of the body that this is not a the underlying appropriation is not a DFL bill. The underlying appropriation was a bipartisan bill. It did have a DFL author in the House of Representatives, but in the Senate it had a Republican chief author as well as Republican co-sponsors on that bill. And in that language of that bill that was passed, it allowed the opportunity in the name of supplying funds for clean energy careers pilot projects. It gave the opportunity for money to be used for leasing and for capital improvements of a private building. And that $2.5 million grant, this is on top of other payments from other areas that have been received from other units of government to upgrade this facility. And what this amendment simply does very clearly is it says that the money that's been spent on that, the money that's been put into capital to enhance the property, we're not talking about services that are being provided to individuals. We're not discussing those third-party vendors who are supplying this. We're saying that the money that's been invested in the project, in the event that that building were sold, that money would be returned back to the ratepayers, that it would be returned back to the renewable development account. Again, I want to make it very clear, this is a privately owned business that is using taxpayer funds and ratepayer funds to improve the facility itself. This has nothing to do with the service delivery that is taking place in the building and other lease arrangements that are taking place. So all this bill does is say, and if the property is not sold, if it's not transferred to other ownership, if no profit is made, then this language does nothing. But it is unusual for us to be investing renewable development account dollars into a facility that is receiving capital upgrades with those dollars as opposed to service delivery. It is even more highly unusual that a property has received multiple revenue streams from other units of government. So I do want to thank the majority party for, I submitted this amendment on time. I just don't want anyone to think that I was late in my duties or whatnot. I did make the opportunity to share this language in advance of it posting with the author of the bill, and I would just ask members to pay particular attention to the facts that I've supplied to you. There really is, I don't think there's a dispute about the underlying concerns here. We're discussing, there are, through the Minnesota Legislative Reference Library, you can see the annual reports that have been submitted for this entity for the metrics on training and providing jobs. You can see that is a $2.5 million appropriation whose authority will be expiring in a couple of months. And I think it would be wise for this chamber to include this in the conference committee report and for members of the majority party to do additional due diligence on the funds that are going to the specific building. And I would ask for members' support.
Further discussion to the A56 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acomb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Garofalo, I appreciate the conversation that we had over the weekend about this. And I do think and understand and appreciate your interest in ensuring that we are being good stewards of tax dollars. And so as I looked through this, this is about the Northgate training facility in North Minneapolis that is putting together a training facility, hoping to ensure that we can bring low-income and communities of color along within jobs that install. There's a whole list of different certifications that they can get, from advanced solar energy skills and electric vehicle infrastructure installation, and the list goes on. And while I did a little homework over the weekend and this morning to look into the work of this organization, there certainly maybe were some bumps in the road getting things off the ground, and certainly we understand that COVID impacted a whole lot of businesses and made it harder to reach the goals that they had hoped for. I think that they have been working in good faith with DEED, and DEED has been helping to bring them along to ensure that they can reach the goals that they had set out and get certifications and training to the number of people that they had hoped for. They have the demographics that they have served are exactly the goals that they had. And so I think that this is a worthwhile program and want to be able to see it continue to do good work and to ensure that we are training communities of color and low-income folks to be able to benefit from the green transition and the jobs within the green economy. So, members, I hope that you can join me and vote vote red on this amendment.
Further discussion to the A56 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Aiken would yield for a couple of questions.
We yield for one question at a time. Representative Aiken will yield to a question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and Representative Aiken, you mentioned that you wanted to see this program continue at this location. How would the adoption of the amendment hinder this program from continuing going forward?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Aiken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think that given the way that this amendment has rolled out, I would be reluctant to support this, given that it hasn't been vetted or viewed by the public and is literally just being put on the website for people to see at this point. And so it's for those reasons and truly transparency that would prevent that at this point.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. If Representative Aiken would yield for another question.
Representative Aiken will yield for another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Aiken, in your estimation, would the adoption of this amendment hinder the ability of this building to be the focus of these job training activities?
Representative Aiken.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Aiken. I appreciate that. Again, members, just in closing, first of all, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Garofalo requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A56 amendment. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, just to be clear, the Northgate Development LLC is a private business. This would be like the Pat Garofalo LLC. The private business does not provide any of the training. Okay? They don't do that. They contract out, and this is public testimony, they contract out with other services to provide the training. So it's not a matter of whether you support the clean energy transition or it's a matter of the employment training that you're supporting of. This is a matter of whether this private facility, which is taking money for job training and is upgrading the site, is going to be able to retain those dollars for the future. Now, if the site doesn't flip, if it doesn't change ownership, then there's really no issue. But right now, as it stands, in addition to the $2.5 million from the state, there have been other multi-million-dollar grants from other agencies of government that have gone to this building. And those other agencies of government have the same stipulation as well, where they are allowed to invest in capital and invest in the site, and the taxpayer or ratepayers do not, there is no recourse. It's going into upgrading and improving a commercial property. So members, I would ask, Mr. Speaker, members, I'd ask members to pay attention. You understand the facts that are before you, and I would ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A56 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A56 amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended.
Third reading, House File Number 2310, as amended.
Third reading as amended. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Oh, sorry, caught me off guard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I wanted to take a minute. I admit I was not prepared for this moment. I saw the majority leader standing to be recognized. I wanted to thank Representative Chair Hansen for the work that we did in committee on this bill. Getting my role back, I worked very, very hard and very long on our Emerald Ash Borer response bill that is a part of this omnibus, as well as working with advocates and the agencies to get a robust package of tree planting bills. Money for trees, it's always a good day to plant more trees. It's always important to recognize what we have to do going forward. We're going to be taking down a lot of trees in this Emerald Ash Borer situation. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Can you actually come back to me, Mr. Speaker?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the majority leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until approximately 8:45 p.m. to allow our members who are observing Ramadan to take an iftar break.
Representative Long moves to recess to the call of the Speaker. Is there any discussion to his motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the House stands in recess.